In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning. Welcome to the show. I'm going to steal a phrase I learned from Josh at Kiwi Farms just a moment ago. We're omnibussing today. Welcome to the program. There you are. Oh, do we have a show for you? News, gossip, entertainment, sports. We'll cover all of it. We've got 4 hours. Everybody's going to court and everybody's getting arrested. I mean, if anything, I would say, like, Ricada's a trendsetter. You know, April's a trendsetter. Kayla's a trendsetter. I mean, even I ripped him off. I had my court thing yesterday. I had fingerprints and all, the whole schmear, if you will. And we made a few revisions that we got to send through the system now, so that should be good. I'm happy about that. Without saying too much, I talked some shit about someone I shouldn't have talked some shit about. I had to say my sorries, admit to what I did, pay a $135 fine, and then promise to be a good boy. So now I don't want to say I have to be a good boy. I consider myself a good boy. I just have to continue being a good boy. And I will tell you this about the court system. Now, I wasn't facing anything like felonies and, omnibussing and everything like that. So it's not exactly apples to apples. But I will say, in the 2 experiences I've had with law enforcement in the last 6 months, that when you had, there is one constant in dealing with law enforcement. If you've done what they say you've done. Now, I can't tell someone what to do if it's contested and they didn't do anything wrong, and you just get caught up in something. That really sucks. I don't know what to do with that. Every time I've had to go in and talk to them, I've done something. But when you tell them you've done something and you atone for it and you are sorry and you did, I mean, think about it. Every time you do something wrong, you are wasting the taxpayers' money and you are wasting the taxpayers' time. So if you think of it that way, you say your I'm sorries to society. You say you're sorry to the people who, they needed to spend money tard wrangling your ass. When you say you're sorry and you make it as painless as possible, they do make certain considerations. They are really, when you admit to what you've done wrong and you say, I'll be a good boy. I've learned from this one. And I have. I mean, I've learned quite a bit from this one. I know I was reading Nick's Kiwi Farms, and they were cross-posting from I don't read my own. I think reading your own is a narcissistic journey. I'll read other people's. I won't read mine. Because also, how many times can you see yourself be called a retard before you start going, I don't know. It's only when Sean calls me a retard that I feel it's charming. It's endearing. And he does a Stoney's read. By the way, Stoney's news today. I went to Stoney's yesterday after that stuff was all over. I went to see Tracy at Midland Armory, and I went to see the fine folks at Stoney's Bar on Broadway in Rockville. And, I go on the Kiwi Farms there, and they said, well, here's another way that Aaron's better than Nick. Aaron takes responsibility for what he did. Aaron says he's sorry. Aaron tries to improve. And the Kiwi Farms people did say, look, I don't know whether he's doing it and he's really improved and he's really a better person, and that's fine. They don't know me from Adam. They can think that's all horseshit. They have no reason not to. Or they said, or if it's just mere self-preservation, but at least this guy can admit when he did something wrong. Now, I appreciate that, and that's been a common sentiment from a lot of people around the internet, and I don't discount it, and I thank you for that grace. But I'm also not facing second-degree felony charges. Like, what I dealt with was a misdemeanor. I paid the fine you pay when you get a speeding ticket. The thing I did was like speeding ticket level shit. I wasn't facing any, 25 years and then tack a gun charge and a kid charge on there as well. I did talk to my lawyer yesterday. We gossiped a little about the Rekieta thing. In the law world, apparently, it is kind of a fun thing for them to gossip about too. It's very interesting. And I guess they've talked about how his motions seem like they're written by him. And they're terribly written. And, one thing he did say, he's like, look, everybody does these dismissal things. There's nothing wrong with doing these dismissal things. It's remarkably common. But it's just the way they're written. They don't seem like they're written by a good lawyer. They seem like they're written by, by someone who's kind of flailing, if you will. And he did say, he said, depending on how far this thing goes, he said, in my experience, it seems like the prosecution and the county might be holding another charge in their pocket from the kid testing positive for cocaine. Like, once they can get through all that, if this thing goes any further, you know how they held on to April's charge for a long time to see what she did? I was talking to my lawyer yesterday, and he's like, I said, when that thing about the kid and cocaine came out, why didn't they throw another charge on there? He goes, they still could. He goes, there still could be a charge coming for that. I'm like, ooh, fascinating, interesting. So I guess it kind of all depends on how this goes and how it goes with him. But anyway, I'm getting off topic. We'll start with my thing. We'll talk about, I don't know, I think we'll talk about my thing. Then we'll go to the Shuli's producer getting arrested for possessing a shitload of cheddar popcorn. And then we'll do the omnibus thing, because the omnibus thing is taking on a life of its own. Jesus Christ. If you go to the Candy-Ojai County Courthouse today, you might see fucking tailgating. You might see, banners with sigils on them. Kiwi Farms is called the banners. Ethan Ralph is called the banners. It's all over the goddamn place. But my thing yesterday was pretty straightforward. It was pretty simple. And I like I said last night, I learned some things about, and some people gave me shit about this, like, oh, you're just learning this now. But I learned that if you dress for the job you want, you get treated a lot better by the justice system. If you dress like an asshole, they don't treat you very well. Does that make sense? So yesterday, I put on what I consider, I'm going to go one of my two favorite suits. I went, it was one of the first suits I ever got where I went in, got fully measured for every item of clothing, perfectly, just tailored for my needs, didn't, buy something off the rack like a child. It's a little older, but it's still my favorite. And I wore that one. It looks nice. It looks very good. And then I went in, and all the police officers, even the prosecutors, the judge, all of them could not be nicer. Just really, even the prosecutor, when I pled guilty and told my side of it, the prosecutor even said, I've spoken to all parties involved. I can attest that Mr. Imholt does have a better relationship with certain people, and things are going very well, and things seem to have really taken a turn for the good, and we really hope that continues. And I'm looking over at the prosecutor. I'm like, that thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Like, I was ready to give him one. I mean, you want to go grab a beer after this is over? It was, and the judge was a fucking sweetheart. Like, everybody, the bailiff was cool. And then I see this guy go up there. He's got a neck tattoo, T-shirt, and jeans on. And he's there for driving after revocation. And he's being a dick. Like, driving after revocation is pretty straightforward. You plead guilty, you take your fine, you don't get to drive for a long time, whatever. This guy sits there and goes, I'm pleading not guilty. I don't have a lawyer. I'm going to trial. I want all the body cams. I want all the dash cams. I want all this shit. Like, he's ready for discovery and all that. And the judge has to sit there and go, sir, you get all that in discovery. You're going to have to go upstairs and get that and blah, 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 blah. And they're like, are you really going to do this? Are you going to do this without a lawyer? But like, they're kind of treating him like he's a dumb shithead. And I think a lot of it was because he looked like a dumb shithead. Even the prosecutor who's supposed to get this guy goes, I offered you a deal before this. I really hope you take it before this pretrial hearing. I'm going to leave my card with the offer and call me whenever you'd like. Like, they were sitting there like, dude, would you please just fucking consider taking this offer? Like, they kind of treat you like shit. I think what it is it's a, people say, oh, it's a two-pronged judicial system. I don't think it is. I think it's if you show respect for the court, they show respect to you. It's like a mob thing, believe it or not. But it was an interesting experience. I guess, I know this is going to sound weird, but I had a good time. Like, the guy who booked me for my fingerprints, it seemed like some of the officers were listeners and they were trying to be professional because there was a lot of joking around and there was a lot of bullshitting and stuff like that. Fingerprint guy and I were joking around about marks on my fingers and pressing too hard and shit like that. And then as I'm leaving, a couple of the guys running the metal detectors and stuff were, joking about me going the wrong way and shit. It was, I hate to put it this way, but it was kind of fun. I had a good time. What are you going to do, right? Like, I did what they said I did. I had to say I did it. And then they said, well, here's what we're going to do since you just made this easy. And they said, now be a good boy. And I said, I'll be a good boy. So I'm not going to fall for any entrapment. That's for sure. But then the funniest part to me was I came out of that, my lawyer and I, both looking nice. I come out of the courthouse, and this is hilarious, guys. This is how magnetic, charismatic, and attracting Steel Toe is. Somebody was waiting outside the courthouse. Now, there was no time on when I was going to get out of there. It can take a while. It ultimately took like an hour and a half, 2 hours, but I get out of there. I'm walking out, and there was somebody who drove all that way to hide somewhere and take a picture of me leaving the courthouse. And what's funny about this is they posted it thinking like Patrick Melton would think they're cool or they're awesome or whatever. I'm honored because I looked fucking great. And then even, I'm looking on Twitter, even the people who think I'm a piece of shit go, he does look good in that suit. That was my favorite, was when people were going, all right, look, you know what? He's dressed pretty good. I can't, And then there was one guy who's that Tubbs McGurk who's shit on me before. He goes, it's even tailored pretty well. It's you know what? He looks good. What can we do? So, and then they're out there. And then I had to like counsel my own haters throughout this thing. It was very strange because like they all thought for some reason that I was lying and I was going to go to jail. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but when it comes to shit like this, guys, you can pretty much take it to the bank. I always shoot you straight on this stuff. I told you what was going to happen. There were going to be no surprises. And then people were like, oh, I bet you he's in fucking jail. Yeah, and they're yelling and screaming. And then I'm getting messages from people like, why aren't you in jail? You shouldn't even be. And like, I went live yesterday. You know how I say that all I have to do is hit go live and I've beaten these assholes? I went live and there were people spurging out about how I must have paid bail or something like that. I'm like, guys, I was never going to jail. They fingerprinted me. MSO says still waiting on the mugshot. I thought there was going to be a mugshot too. All I got was when I met with the probation department guy, he took my picture with his phone by the wall, but that was for probationary purposes. That wasn't even a mugshot. I didn't get a mugshot. I was ready to go, too. Dressed nice. I was a smile nice, the whole deal. They just fingerprinted me. That was it. I am in the system. So don't be fucking rubbing my fingers on some gun and then going out doing some crazy shit with it. Lord knows I don't need that. So, I don't know. It was, got that taken care of. Hit 9 holes yesterday. Dude, it was looking like a break 50 day. And then the last hole was a par 5, and I had to piss so bad. I could not stay down on the ball, and I was topping it. And I think I got like an 8 or a 9 on a par 5 because I had to piss so fucking bad I couldn't golf anymore. It was awful. And so I blew it, and I think I hit a 54. Fuck. It was that, and oh God, dude. My tee shot on a par 3 went far to the right, and then I snubbed my chip. So I got on in 3, and then I fucking 4-putted. Brutal. Fucking brutal. It was a par 3 and a par 5. Sank my whole round. Otherwise, dude, it was looking pretty good. 5s all over the place. At any rate, that's not important. We have my court stuff. We'll go through the chat. We'll answer some questions. We've got some money that's come in already. We'll thank people for their contributions. Answer any questions you might. Let's do that. Answer any questions you might have about my day yesterday. Then we'll go on to the Shuli producer thing. If you don't know this, now a lot of you won't know who Shuli is. Shuli used to work for the Howard Stern show. He does a tribute show to Stuttering John. I think do they do one every morning still? And they just talk about Stuttering John. It's wild. I can't, I couldn't do it. And I'm amazed at the mileage they get, but God bless if that thing's still working. But he had a producer recently who I guess got arrested with like 6,000 child images. Let's just put it that way. And not like family photo albums, you know? He got caught with the bad stuff. The cheddar popcorn, as they say on YouTube, or the cheese pizza, as they say on YouTube. The old CP. So we'll talk about that. Then we'll get into this Rekieta Omnibus thing because I guess Kiwi Farms people are going. Ethan Ralph is going. It's a whole thing. Like, it's going to be... I hope the Kiwi Farms... It sounds like the Kiwi Farms people are going to be pros. It sounds like they're going to be cool. And I really hope they are. Because the last thing the Candy, Ojai County Courthouse needs is this thing turning into a fucking spectacle and people being cunts. Like, if I'm Nick Rekieta, I would have asked Ethan Ralph to stay in Mexico. There's people I want on my side. There's people I don't want on my side. I don't want Ethan Ralph on my side. I don't want, because he shows up, he's got a magnet in him that just makes him act like a horse's ass everywhere he goes. And you just don't want a guy like your best cheerleader, being a horse's ass. Like, I don't know what other way to put it. He can't help it. He's low class. And that's coming from me. Here's what a good cheerleader would be? I'm serious. Sober, clean, 2020 April Anderson. That shows up at court for you. If you're not married, if you don't have a Kayla already. If 2020 April Anderson April from 4 years ago shows up and she's smiling and she's concerned for you and everything, that looks good. That's a good cheerleader to have. When a fat, pilled out expat shows up to go, oh, I'm here to make sure Mr. Rekieta doesn't get railroaded. It's like, oh, fuck. But I think the wild card in this omnibus hearing, there's two wild cards. For the spectacle of it, how the Kiwis are going to behave. And I think they should behave themselves just fine, especially the really autistic ones, because when autistic people are really worried about how they're going to look socially, they're usually very, introverted and, they might look a little nervous. They might shake like a chihuahua on the 4th of July, but ultimately I think they're going to behave themselves. But you've already got Ethan Ralph out there going, I'm going to be filming before the fucking omnibus hearing, and I'm going to film the Kiwis, and I'm going to walk right up to them. And if I'm outside the courtroom, there's nothing you can do. Like the attitude and the mindset it takes to just automatically make your default to be being a cunt is wild to me. And so he's already saying, I'm here to back up Ricada. And I'm going to cause problems and be a dick. So if I'm going to my omnibus hearing for my fucking felony charges, after I just allegedly got my children back with conditions, the last thing I want is some fat pilled out retard going around fucking with people outside the courthouse on my behalf. I'm here for Mr. Ricada. Motherfucker, piece of shit, motherfucker, piece of shit, asshole, cunt, middle finger. Like a guy with fucking Tourette syndrome is out there shoving cameras in people's faces going, I love Ricada. I'd buy him a ticket to Mexico, first class, and say, Godspeed, homie. I also did offer to teach Ethan how to box because Ethan's been, just talking. I want to do kill stream at your house. You're not coming into my house, you wild boar. BORE So I did tell him 10 o'clock, after 10 p.m. tonight, I can take him to the gym. I have a key. I can take him to the gym. I can teach him how to fight so he didn't get beat up in Portugal anymore. Or tomorrow, I'm wide open all day, and we can do something. We'll see if he gets back in touch with me. All right, let's talk to you guys, and then we will get this all hammered out. MSO says, I've seen your rap sheet much more than 2 incidents. Oh, come on. Are you talking about speeding tickets? Motherfucker, come on. Speeding tickets don't count. And I think I've had MSO, is it 2 or 3 speeding tickets in the last few years? Somebody got their lead foot punished pretty heavy this past year or so. Coltrane with $2 says, just for Aaron leaving the courtroom. Okay. What do we have? No, God damn it, dude. I'm fucking tired. Thank you. It's Paparazzi by Lady Gaga. But I have to say, I am tired of going into episodes in the afternoon and cutting shit out of them because they're all getting demonetized or taken down. We have to stop with the fucking music on YouTube days. It's becoming an issue. Yeah, Gradient says, don't get into reasons to deal with the law, maybe. That's a good point, too. The old Jim Carrey adage, stop breaking the law, asshole. Citizen M, I fucking get it. You've said it already. Thank you. Nick's gonna do the... Got it, bud. Just, can you please... Citizen M's tough to deal with sometimes because he's remarkably autistic. Can you understand that I've heard you and I hear you and it doesn't need to be repeated every day? I appreciate your concern and I thank you for your help. Please stop repeating it every fucking day, dude. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, Aaron, that shirt makes you look like a gay cabin boy. I appreciate it. New guy says, trolls are saying you're trying to get the Baldo again by violate. Yeah, I mean, I can chalk that up to wishful thinking on their part. And they're going to do what they do. We've already taken steps on that. Just put it that way. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, I guess that much like Summer's Eve, April is still up in that bitch. Nick had his realtor pull the most scrutinized photos from their Zillow listing and replace it with generic drone shots of land. Did he really? Did Nick have... No way. Nick did not have pictures of the listing pulled. Oh, that means April read some shit. Does he have her reading Kiwi Farms now? Nick, don't do that to people. I know you read your Kiwi Farms religiously. You can't help it. Don't get other people reading your... It's bad. They're talking about April having a stinky pussy and all kinds of other shit on there. They're being fucking brutal. Don't have her read that shit. The fuck is wrong with you, you goddamn narcissistic tard? So he reads all that shit, and then he has a bunch of pictures taken down. Let me guess. He had the pictures taken down of the booze, the Summer's Eve, and the shower. Because that's the one that people made fun of the most. I mean, without those pictures, you've got like 4. But anyway, I didn't know that, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. That's something else. Anonymous says Nikki is upset that the internets are talking about April's sour puss. Dude, well, come on. I will say this. It is mean. I mean, they are being fucking brutal. But it's not, but like, you took the pictures. You had the pictures taken and you okayed them to be put up. I mean, it's, again, you want to feel bad for people, but they do it to themselves, you know? It's like an alcoholic falls down and scrapes his knee. It's like, if you hadn't drank so much, you know. MSO says, covered in tattoos like your boy Post Calzone. I'm not going to tolerate that level of disrespect. Put some respect on his fucking name. Ep didn't said I was joking about the prison thing. No, not you, sir. Not you. Somebody, too, says, why wouldn't you just piss? Oh, at the golf course? Because there was no bathroom. And dude, unless and it was kind of an emergency, it has to be a pretty thick wooded area that I can go down into that I'll piss on the golf course. It just, there's something about it. Hulkamasha Baby says, wow, you blow. I shot a 42 last weekend. I was on my way to being in the 40s yesterday, and I just fucking, oh man, did I just dick up 2 holes badly. McBuster says, all these whack pack rejects fucking suck. The Dabbleverse, all of those unfunny cunts, their community is even worse. Pathetic. Yeah. I know the sector people that have come into this show have looked at the Dabbleverse people and went, you guys are fucking lame. And they're not wrong. Ep didn't says, bruh, the fuck you talking about? Ralph isn't going to do anything. Oh, no, I'm just talking about what he's talking about doing. Oodles of Toodles says, Ralph was streaming before you came on. Should have had him in as co-host. I do find him rather unbearable. I really do. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I hope Ralph gets caught with drugs there. You could. Anonymous says, but Nick Recader told me it was okay to film and comment while court's in session. Mr. Recader. I can't do an Ethan Ralph. PPP does a very good Ethan Ralph. I can't do one. MSO says, I recall a disorderly conduct charge. Was that the thing where I mooned my high school graduating class? Was that from 05? That was a fun time. I thought that was gone. That's not off of there? Fuck. The thing from 05 is not, I thought that was getting thrown out my record. Boogers. Aaron's bald spot says, I hadn't realized the back of your hair was running away from your scalp as fast as the front. It's not. Back of my hair is good. It's this front that you got to worry about. No, the back is all right. You got to worry about these power alleys here. They got to cut the shit and just hang in there for a little longer. That's all. Oodles of Toodles says, Nick and Kayla getting divorced. I don't think so. I think April's just moving into the main house and they just need to liquidate. They need to get a little cash in their pocket to pay for all this shit. Jesus Christ, some of the April comments are just fucking mean. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, smart man on not wanting a rage pig in your house, but you don't want to box Gunt. If you hit him in the mouth, he's prone to spit like an AIDS blood spitting cobra. I've got a reach advantage. I'll stay out of distance. I'll pivot. They say the Philly shell is the best defensive stance for not getting AIDS. Just looked up the listing. The images are still there, says Carlos Camejo. Hey! Did fucking annoyed Wawa supervisor lie to us and say that they took pictures down? I mean, it's better if they did. If they didn't take pictures down, that means that they're not watching this shit like a hawk and taking it too seriously. They have bigger problems. So I would be more impressed with them if they didn't take pictures down. Snowcat Tish says, Nick only took down the picture that you could read his name on the whiskey gift box. Oh, okay. Vadam says, what happened to your golf game yesterday? It fucking sucked, dude. It sucked a dick. It was chipping and putting again. That's what it was. Chipping and fucking putting is what it was. Bigot on Socialist Media said, usually goes off the record after 10 years unless you get more than 6 months. Well, in my state, I don't even need to ask them to remove things that old. Huh. I don't know. Aaron's bald spot says, if the images are still there, why did we spend 5 minutes talking about it? Right? That's how I feel. MSO says, why does the court picture look like you are doing the goose step? Because what I do in my private time is none of your fucking business, MSO. I mean, it was just a weird angle that they got. That's what I meant to say. It's just a weird angle. You know what? I appreciate the idea that I goose step regularly in public, being added to the steel toe lore. But I indeed do not goose step in public. Mindy Lee with $20. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm working on it. I promise. She said don't read it on the air. But I am working on it. Anybody who throws in $20 on PayPal or Venmo today is getting $50 from Stoney's. I stopped at Stoney's yesterday. They gave me a shitload of gift certificates. So if you guys want $50 to Stoney's, every $20 contribution today automatically gets it. Just make sure you send me your information if you haven't won anything before, and I can have it sent out to you. Thank you, guys. 3:05 away from today. That's where we start today, is at the 3:05 mark. I appreciate your contributions. The summer's eve is for Nick. Jesus. Annoyed Wawa. Yeah, see, I usually trust Annoyed Wawa Supervisor as a source. He says, maybe a caching issue not showing up on the mobile page for me. My apologies if I for once said something that may be skirting the edges. Never done that before. He's usually right on about shit. Holy shit, somebody too says, I went out yesterday and shot a 38 and missed a bunch of 10 to 15-foot putts. On a par 36, you shot a 38? That's fucking wild. That's great. I think I counted, and if I would two-putt every hole, yesterday, I would have shaved I think it was like 6. I would have shaved 6 strokes off my game if I just would have two-putted everything. Yikes. All right, let's move on. Let's get to the YouTube stuff. There we go. Kiff with $1.99 says, you have not remained law-abiding. Yes, I have. Stop it, silly goose. Lady Crackett's with, that's not very nice, with $10. Says, Ralph has responded to your challenge and wants the address to the venue. Are you going to take on the Ralph-a-mail? Yes, I sent him the location of the place. I sent him the name of the place, the times I'm available. See what he does. It's in Ethan's hands at this point. Scott Christie Jones with $2 says Nick takes a plea and the pastor is in court. And Fauci's Pangolin with $5 says, my sister Fauci's butter dish wants to ask you out. My butter dish got taken from me. They stole my fucking butter dish. I'm upset about this. I don't know who Fauci's butter dish is, and I don't know if they, as far as asking me out goes, I don't know. It's a very precarious position. I don't think I'm available to be asked out at the moment. That's all I'm saying. Shut your goddamn mouth. All right, let's get into this Shuli thing. Then we'll talk about the omnibus hearing. I have a few theories about what's going to happen today. One of my theories about what's going to happen today might upset some people. It might make a lot of people feel like they wasted time. But I do have some hunches, as it were. Somebody, too, says, too bad you didn't get a mugshot. Could have made a shirt and made some money on that with your pick, and underneath it saying, polycule anyone. I really have Brian Bosworth, all of my haters, to the point where I've got, like, I'm basically running them at this point. I want to do the thing that Brian Bosworth did and just make shitting on me merchandise and have people buy it, and then like a year or two later, let them know, like, I'm running the shitting on me merchandise. You're just giving me money. Like, they would do it, too. They're all very dumb. They all walk right into punches, and then they get mad at me when they walk into them. They're the worst group of haters ever. It's like having allies. I always call them my biggest fans because they really do promote me that way, and I appreciate it. All right, off we go. Yeah, people are saying watch the video of Ethan Ralph getting fucked up in Portugal. Well, that's what I want to help him prevent in the future. I don't want him getting beat up in Portugal again, so I want to teach him some things. I'm not going to, if Ethan Ralph is bold enough to go to a boxing gym with me and spar, I'm not going to beat the living fuck out of the guy. I know people want to see me beat the living fuck out of the guy. I'm not going to beat the shit out of him. I'm going to teach him. I'm going to educate him. I want to show him how to be able to, fight a little bit so that when these people start wailing on him in public, he can defend himself a little bit. I mean, it's sad. The Portugal thing, a lot of people laugh at the Portugal thing. When Ethan Ralph got beat up in Portugal, it was like watching a fat kid in school get bullied. Like his shirt's coming up, you see his fat gut, and he's, getting punched, and he's falling on the ground, and it's just like, ugh. It's one of the saddest things. I know he's a piece of shit and everything else, but, like, there's always a point where, like, even the Russians started cheering for Rocky at one point because he was just getting his fucking brains beat in. So, I just want to teach him how to not get fucking punked out like a bitch every time he goes out in public. All right, let's go ahead and check this out. Shuli Egar had to address some things. We'll sandwich this between the Aaron going to court stuff and the Nick omnibus hearing stuff. Shuli ended up having a little issue of his own. Now, this one, I know the internet's really unfair to people, and they like dunking on people, and when people are down, they like to shit on them. But Shuli didn't do this. I know that when I used to go on Shuli's show, the guy he's talking about, this is the guy who would email you, ISO or ESO or however you pronounce his name. He was like the main producer guy for Shuli's channel. Apparently, he had a side hobby that, and I'm sure Shuli didn't know about it. Jesus Christ. Everyone on the internet wants to make everything bigger than it is. They're like, oh, what did he know? What did he... Nobody knows that somebody they know is into something like this. But he got caught with like 6,000 kitty images, cheddar popcorn images, as it were. And then, like, I don't know. I kind of feel for Shuli on this one because you have to address something. It's not going to make it any better. People are still going to be dicks if they don't like you. And a lot of people don't like him. And they're still going to shit on him after he addresses this. But you have to address it. You can't pretend it didn't happen because it's a guy who basically ran the production of your show. He's got one. Does he still have the producer who, like, tried to beat up an old man and failed and, like, yelled at cancer patients? Like, that guy's just a prick. That guy's just a douche. But this other guy, the other guy's a fucking criminal, like the rest of us. But Shuli had to address the images that were found. And this is kind of a weird, like, he's got the nice, wine mom fall day behind him. And he's got to talk about his producer getting caught with CP. That's a strange position to be in. Let's take a listen. Now, to me, 6 minutes and 45 seconds is too long to address something like this. Get the fuck in, get the fuck out. 3 minutes, 4 minutes tops to address something like this because you don't even want to use this for content because it just gives you the ick. The idea of like, and there's no sense of loyalty once something like this happens because your whole relationship with this person has been a lie. Because again, Shuli didn't know this stuff was going on. So there's no need for Shuli to go, oh, and the guy was always nice to me or he did good work for us. No, you throw this motherfucker under the bus because he's a piece of shit. But it doesn't make it easy because I'm sure you kind of question yourself a little bit. You're like, what's wrong with me that I didn't see it coming? Or how could I associate with a guy who's into this stuff? Does that say anything about me? And, I'm sure it can fuck with you. I've never known anybody who's been busted for this. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I've certainly never been friends with or work acquaintances with anyone who's had this issue. And I don't think I've ever actually just known somebody who's been busted for this. So I really don't know what he's going through.
People come in here.
I'm just a common criminal.
Let it fill up a little bit. Hi, everybody. Wasn't planning on jumping back on. But I got...
That's another thing. You don't have to do fucking emergency streams. Sound like something middle school and high school kids do when they're pretending to do streaming. Like, we have to do an emergency stream. You don't have to. Wait until your next show. That's just wait until your next show and then address it then. Don't do a, special news alert bulletin. One of my former producers likes kitty pee. There's no reason to do that. Just wait until the next show. I know you have this inclination to just jump right in front of a microphone, but wait until the next show. Address it then. Don't fucking wreck your day.
That's something I need to share with you guys.
Because all this shows is that you really don't have anything to do all day. You're just sitting around waiting to get back online. And that sucks.
Serious stuff. And I'd appreciate it if you guys didn't super chat. I'm not looking for any super chats. In fact, I have something else that I'd like for you guys to help me out with.
I need you to bleach my hard drive. No, I'm fucking kidding.
All right. I don't want to be on.
Yeah, I'm not going to take this as a chance to fucking dunk on Shuli. He's been a fucking prick sometimes, and he's been really disingenuous a lot, like, towards me. But I don't care. Like, I don't care enough. Like, I'm not going to take... To me, it's times like this where you find out, like, who's the honest one and who's kind of a disingenuous douche. And, like, I'm not going to use this to, like, dunk on the guy, even though he's been... he's been less than square dealing, I feel, with me. But I have nothing but empathy for what he's going through. Because, again, he didn't do anything. He just associated himself with a guy who did one of the most evil fucking things you can do.
Here long talking about this.
It's like a guy who had a burger with Hitler while he was a painter, That's the association.
But... I feel like one of the things that we pride ourselves on here is being open with you guys and sharing with you guys what's going on.
Stop it.
And so I wanted to pop on because I got to share this with you.
Okay, not the images though, right? We're not going to... Okay, just give us a warning. That's all.
So for those of you who have been with us for a long time from the beginning,
today, Junior,
etc., you might remember our former producer, ESO. So it's come to...
spit it the fuck out!
I'll fill you in a little bit on the backstory here.
Jesus Christ. I know we're sad, and I know that this is a bad thing, and this guy did a terrible thing, but hey, when you come at it with this level of sadness, it almost looks put on. It almost looks like you're being showy. Like, and I know Shuli and his crowd are really big into the pro wrestling shit. Like, they love the pro wrestling shtick. This comes off to me like you're, cutting a Lost My Smile promo, rather than a genuine, like, talking about the situation that happened. Because you're 2 minutes in, you still haven't told anybody what the fuck's going on. You're just sitting there being forlorn.
Last year, ESO informed me that him and his wife were divorcing, and he needed some time away to handle that.
What, did she divorce him before she found out he had the CP, the cheddar popcorn? Because, like, imagine what a piece of shit you are if you get divorced and they don't even know your terrible secret.
So
I had to get into a Coke-filled polycule to end mine. So there was a disastrous, a disastrous lead up. With this guy, his wife divorces him, and then she finds out he had CP, like he's fucking John Wayne Gacy.
He took his time away. He hasn't been a part of this in any way, shape, or form for over a year.
There's the CYA.
That.
All right, there's your CYA. You're covered. You're covered.
It's
Holy
come
fuck.
To my attention and to all of us here
Turn your phone off. Did you fucking work for Howard Stern or not? Okay, I'm sorry. I know this is tough for him. I know this is a difficult time, and I'm not dunking on him. But Jesus Christ. Stuttering John, Shuli, like, did all these guys who work with Howard not learn anything? Holy shit. Get to it already. He got caught with cheddar popcorn. It's fucking like, come on, out with it.
Iso was arrested.
Yeah. Mooning his graduating class.
For possession of images depicting crimes against children.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I can't, I know you're saying spit it out, but I got to be careful with what I say.
Oh, so even his audience was like, dude, fucking, come on. This is also, no offense, this is why you wait till your show. You give yourself some time to think about it. You figure out what you're going to say. You practice a little in your head, and then you kind of have a general idea of where you're going for your audience.
On here, because like our thing, our channel could be fucked up with too much detail.
Bro, just say CP, cheese pizza, cheddar popcorn. There's all kinds of invented words for this.
He was caught with
CP. That's all you need to say.
He was caught with over 6,000 images.
Oh. Oh, he froze. Oh, that's
videos.
on his end.
And he has pled guilty to the charges.
You and me both, brother. Not to the same crime.
Currently incarcerated.
Can't wait to hear the hip hop album.
To be sentenced in December. I want to make sure that everybody understands, you know, there were never any signs of any of this.
We
For
know.
those of you who have been with us from the start, I mean, there are many times where, you know, Iso would be producing and you hear his kids in the background and he always seemed like a good dad to me.
That is fucked up, dude. That's weird shit, right? That a guy can have children and then possess those images, and you just like, there's no intelligent thought I have on that. Like, it gets to that, and I go, God, I want to just hit that fucker in the head with a baseball bat. Like, I really just want to crack that fucker in the skull for having children and then possessing that stuff. Like, I think Shuli's a dad, right? I'm a father. Like, there's just certain I don't even think you have to be a dad. I kind of hate that, actually. I just did a douchey thing. You go, I'm a dad. As if people who don't have a kid can't think that, like, oh, that guy did that to children. I want to fucking crush his head with a hammer. Anybody, any human being. But, like, especially when it's a guy who has his own children, you're just like, oh, fuck, do I really wish they had the death penalty for you?
I was in total shock when I heard about this. And denial, I'm not going to lie. I felt like there's no way the guy that I knew.
Right, that's what it is.
Gave off any signs of anything like this, but who the fuck does?
It can, and, you know, this is where I empathize with Shuli completely. It can fuck with you. I'm trying to think of who I've known, like, personally, who's done something heinous. Honestly, like, Nick's the only friend I've had who's done anything as bad. Oh, you know what? Okay, when Nick's 9-year-old tested positive for cocaine, that fucked me up. And again, that's why you wait until your show is on to talk about it, because I needed the rest of that day to go, holy fuck, Jesus Christ, that's awful, that's terrible. And, you know, it may be selfish, but you think about yourself in those moments. You sit there and you go, was this going on under my nose? Was this happening while I was there? Should I have noticed something? Should I have seen something? And the worst part is when you come back with the answer to yourself and you go, maybe you should have. You know, maybe you fucked up. But then you go, no, this is what you didn't do that. You know, this was somebody else. This is something else that happened. But it still fucks with you. And I'm sure with Shuli, like, he paid this guy out of his pocket. Like, he employed this guy. And he was probably very friendly and very close with this guy. Worked with him every day. He was his producer. So you start thinking to yourself, you're like, am I Should I have caught something? Should I have known that this was going on? Should I have? And the answer, obviously, for Shuli is no, but it doesn't stop him from thinking about it. Or what does it say about me that I attract these kinds of people? You know, that's like women who end up with serial killers or something like that. They end up really fucked up for a long time because they go, what does it say about me that I attracted this person? And the problem is monsters are very good at hiding their horns and then revealing themselves when it's too late. That's part of being a monster, is you don't reveal yourself until it's, until you've sucked people in. It's the ultimate long con.
Right? Like who... and I had no idea. None of us did. It's fucking insane.
What did Levy know?
As a father, it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it is fucking gross. That part is, ugh.
And like I said, we've always been upfront with you guys. And the last thing I want is for this, if we were to have knowledge of this and not bring it up, like that's not, especially with something like this.
Dude, I feel bad for the guy. I really do, because it does seem like he's feeling unnecessarily guilty. And that's just something he has to work through. But Jesus Christ, Shuli. Like, I think Shuli as a broadcaster, when he does this streaming shit, can sometimes be a little gimmicky, pro wrestling-y. But like, as a guy, you don't want to see someone go through something like this. Because you're sitting there going, dude, fucking, just, you didn't do anything wrong. Like, it's hard to watch someone beat themselves up over something like this. It makes, like, honestly, I'm watching this, I feel bad. Because you don't want to watch a guy who didn't do anything wrong sit there. And that's, I empathize with that because I kind of went through that. Like, you watch people do something wrong that you were close with. I guess, yeah, I can relate to this. And while you may not have done that wrong thing too, you're also like, oh God, I was associated. How much am I like that? And yeah, I can see where that's fucking with you. And you just got to know that, like, you're not that guy, and it's also not your job. Here's the thing for Shuli. He's probably like, why didn't I see warning signs? Why didn't I see this? Why didn't I see that? Because you're not qualified to. You don't have that skill set. In some ways, Shuli, be happy that you didn't notice any warning signs, because that means that you have to know what that looks like. You are gloriously naive as to what someone who possesses a lot of cheese pizza looks like or acts like. Be happy that you know that, and stay, I guess, kind of ignorant as to what that looks like. Because if you start thinking, oh, this guy's like ESO or that guy's like ESO, you're going to see perverts around every corner.
I feel terrible for the victims, whatever images these are. I wish the best for his family, for his kids. And it's fucking awful.
Yeah. Do they give these guys, and that's about it. We don't need to, I think, know anymore. Do they give these guys breaks? Do they give these guys breaks on, like, if they know, like, who supplied it for him? Like, what I'm saying is, like, is this scumbag piece of shit going to get a good deal if he goes, well, here's who I got this stuff from, and here's where this is their IP, and this is where they are, and you can bust him, and they get more, like, because I only know Law and Order SVU. Like, do they give these scumbag pieces of shit breaks? I hope not. I really hope not. People are saying, you, the Diddleverse. It's not. Jesus. Hooters Girl says, in my opinion, having kids of your own definitely makes you more sensitive towards any negative event involving kids. Yeah, it does, but I don't think you need to have kids for something like this to, like, hit you. We as parents tend to do that a little bit. We don't mean to. Bigot on socialist media says, protecting these people, what is next? Making a law saying kids can give consent? Protecting these? Who's protecting these people? I don't think Shuli's I don't think Shuli knew anything. I don't think Shuli knows what that would even look like. McBuster says, yeah, everyone is afraid of Melty File. Wait for it. He shows his true colors like they all do if you put a mic in front of them for hours at a time. Oh, God. Now McBuster's going to get into whose hard drives we should check. MSO says they need to check producer Joe's hard drive. I don't think producer Joe's that kind of guy. I think he's just kind of a trailer trash piece of shit. He's pretty garden variety. You know? Aaron's Bald Spot says he was his co-host and producer for a year before he started the Stuttering John stuff. But he was producer while they did a lot of the John stuff, too. Bigot on Socialist Media says, should make the punishment a lot worse. If they go to the effort of hiding it, they know it's immoral. Well, do they, or do they just know that it's against the law and they could get in trouble? Is it they know it's wrong, or is it they know they could get caught? Sam Show says, unless they get caught because they got the material from the feds. Oh, okay. Lander says they will get a bomb deal because the federal government is supplying the majority of CP. Oh, really? Is that true? Is that like a known thing? That a lot of the cheese pizza out there just comes from the feds? Well, then don't they possess it too? Like, shouldn't that be like plutonium? Like anybody who handles it gets poisoned? That's weird. So the government's allowed to possess cheese pizza? I got to watch more LawTube, brother. I didn't know that. It should be wrong. That shit, when the government gets it, it should just be destroyed. However you can. If a McDonald's, Darkroom Chris with a great point. He says if a McDonald's employee gets arrested for CP, no one asks, what did McDonald's know? Right? Nobody asks that. Sam Show says FBI doesn't take down the sources for chicken photography. They just take it over and distribute it themselves. Oh, that's fucking gross. Really? So instead of like destroying it or trying to eliminate all traces of it, they just use it to catch other people. I mean, fuck the people they catch. Like, fuck them, throw them in jail, sure. But it's kind of weird that the government gets to... That means there's like FBI agents and law enforcement agents who have to like possess and look at that stuff. That's gotta fuck you up, right? I had a girlfriend in high school and her dad was a detective. And he was on the beat. I think he was on a CP beat. And I always thought, I'm like, that's gotta fuck you up. And it does, apparently. It does fuck you up. You can apparently only do those jobs for a certain amount of years because they've shown that the psychological effects of it are really bad. Ep Didn't says they are helping to create these monsters all over the world, all day, every day. Welcome to the nightmare. Well, in my opinion, the government created Timothy McVeigh. I think the government in many ways created Ted Kaczynski. They do. They create their monsters and then they take them down and they go, look, we got a monster. I mean, tell me the government didn't facilitate Waco. Tell me the government wasn't wrong at Ruby Ridge. Tell me that the government didn't kind of help Timothy McVeigh out. The government tried to get those Michigan guys to agree to kidnap the governor of Michigan. So they create monsters who normally wouldn't be able to do anything, and then they take them down and go, look what we done did. Let's raise our budget. It's the grossest part is the grossest part about all the evil that's done in this world by people who you're taught are good. The worst part about it is that it's always about just money. It's never about like a nebulous goal of some sort. It's always just fucking money. $1 from Coltrane. He says, watch Sound of Freedom. That shit's fucked up. Is that the Jim Caviezel movie? Yeah, I've never seen that one. Meg with $9.99. Thank you. Meg says, congrats on a great outcome in court. Thanks for being a real man and taking accountability. That'll go far with everyone in your life. Not a fake dono, real person here. I like fake donos, though. It has gone a long way with everyone in my life. Everyone in my life is very happy and very impressed. That I took my lumps like a man, and now we're moving on. Thank you, guys. We're done with hour one, just about. 285 away from today, so we're moving along smartly. Thank you for the contributions. 285 is our goal for today. I did just, if you're just joining us, went and saw Stoney's yesterday, loaded up on the $50 gift card. So anybody who throws in $20 today is getting $50 to Stoney's. And we will mail that out to you this week. So again, anybody who throws in 20, Rumble or PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, you throw that in, we hook you up with $50 to Stoney's. We have it sent out to you. So thank you for your contributions. Let's knock out that 285 and get a bunch of people a shitload of free drinks in the process. What do you say? Okay, let's get into the Rekieta thing. Yeah, see, I knew Ethan Ralph wasn't serious about the fucking boxing shit. He's like, why would I do it for free? Let's do it for money and blah, blah, blah. I don't have time to fucking do a promotion with... I'm not interested in working with Ethan Ralph. I'm not interested in doing a promotion with Ethan Ralph. If Ethan Ralph I box for fun. I box because I enjoy it. I love the sport. And I want to teach him how to fight. I've watched him before. It's fucking pathetic. Clip this, get it on X, get it on YouTube, get it on everywhere. Because I don't want to fucking talk to this guy. He's just such a... He's just such a lout. But... I box because I enjoy the sport. I've watched Ethan Ralph get the living dog piss beat out of him before. And I'd like to see him not get the living dog piss beat out of him. I don't need money to teach Ethan Ralph how to fight. I don't need money for that. If he wants to, it's so easy for us both to just show up at the gym and fucking do this thing. Put on the gloves, throw some hands. I'm not going to go in there and go, I'm going to beat the fuck out of Ralph. What does that do for me? It doesn't do anything. I'll throw some jabs at him. If he leaves his left down, I'll throw some right hands over the top. I'll teach the guy how to fucking defend himself so, Cog and his buddy can't whip him like a dog in the street in another country. Teach him to cover up that gun. Drop a couple of left hooks into the body. But he's sitting there. He's like, no, let's promote it. Motherfucker, you're not here that long. I got kids. I see my kids. I got shit to do. I got my whole day's taken up. I'm offering to come down to the gym at fucking 10 at night when I got a show in the morning to teach you a few things. And you're sitting here going, I can't do it under those circumstances. We need to make it a big event. Motherfucker, I ain't got time to put on a big event. All right? Get your fat ass down to the downtown gym and fitness, either tonight or tomorrow, anytime after the morning show. Get your fat fucking excuse-making ass down there, and I will help you. I will teach you. You can throw all your stuff. You can throw all your punches. I'm trying to help you, stupid dick. See, this is you see why I don't want to work with the guy? He's too fucking dumb to understand what a thing is. Sam Show says Ralph needs every penny he can get. Yeah, my audience keeps me employed, shall we say. So, I don't know. Ep Didn't says Aaron Ralph was stalked down and sucker punched from behind by a heavyweight MMA fighter. You're not going to defend against that? The fuck do you mean? Yeah, but hasn't he been punched in the head by people in they've got video of him in houses and getting hit, and Ethan Ralph getting hit by people is like a common theme. Sam Show says, I don't know. You can drop Ralph. They'll talk about you for months at least. I could, yes, but what does that get me? Dropping Ethan Ralph is not an accomplishment. It's just it doesn't do anything for me. Look, if he and I get in a ring together, it'll probably accidentally happen. But I'm not going to go in there, I'm going to fuck him up. I'll stream it. He's talking about business or whatever. I'll stream the fucking thing. But no, I don't want to put on let's sell tickets and let's do this and let's do that. Because then it's a competition. Then I got to carry I can't just knock him out in a round. I can't just end the fight in 52 seconds. Try to beat my best score, right? But you got to give people a show if they're going to pay for it. I'd rather just teach him. Show him how to fucking do it. But he's, I've met a million Ethan Ralphs. Here's what an Ethan Ralph is. He's going to say that he wants to do something. and you're going to go, it's the same thing with Melton. And you go, all right, here's how we can do it. And they'll go, no, I don't want to do it that way. It's like, all right, then let's do it this way. No, I don't want to do it that way. It's like, do you want to or do you not want to? Because I'm telling you, as the guy who knows how, this is how you do it. No! It's like, then you're not serious. I got to go. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says helping Ralph would probably be a bad look long term. He's a fucking disaster. And I hope none of his Narcans ever spray properly. Oh, Jesus. All right, guys, let's get into the omnibus hearing stuff. So Nick has his omnibus hearing, and let me preface this with, I don't know shit about shit. I don't know anything about, believe it or not, I don't know anything about court. I don't know anything about the trial process. I don't know anything about anything. So this is coming from a guy talking completely out of his ass. This is speculation. You know what this is? This is like watching NFL Game Day and watching the pregame show for a football game. All the guys are just talking shit or listening. You know what? No, it's better. Sports talk radio. That's what this is. We are covering the Rekieta omnibus hearing as though we are sports talk radio guys. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what the fuck this process is all about. All I know is the shit I've read. Like I saw the Keno Casino guys were going through clips of Nick talking to Dick Masterson. And Nick's like, I've read 40 papers on hair follicle testing. And it's like, it was so boring because I was like, Nick, I know you. You read 40 papers from the perspective you wanted to hear about, and you skimmed through it, and you read the parts that you liked, and you discounted all the parts that you didn't like. That's I know your fucking process. And then you convinced yourself that this isn't the Cadillac of tests. Dude, everybody uses them. They're good. Hair follicle tests are the Cadillac of testing. They're thorough. They're accurate. So, him saying, I've read 40 studies that show they have a 35% failure rate. Every fucking court and police department in the country would not be using them if they had a 35% fucking fail rate. You know who doesn't like hair follicle tests? Junkies, because it shows how much you've been using and what your body's been pumping out of your system using these metabolites to metabolize this shit. That's what junkies don't like hair follicle tests. Secret, why? They're pretty fucking good. Of course, someone who does cocaine thinks hair follicle tests are bullshit. Hair follicle tests are going to do the best job of tracing how much cocaine that they've that they've done. I was talking to my lawyer yesterday about those monitoring patches. And he said, the thing about those monitoring patches and those piss tests, he goes, piss tests especially. He goes, you can delude the fuck out of those. And he goes, sometimes if you're on probation or you got a child protection case or something and you give a diluted sample, sometimes, if they're ball busters, they'll count that as a fail. So if you're slamming water or you're slamming Gatorade and you're trying to dilute a sample and that comes back diluted, sometimes if you've got ball busters, they might count that. But, watching him talk about the hair follicle tests, I was like, oh, this is a guy who's just going to imright.com and just spewing shit out there. So what I'm doing right now, talking about this omnibus hearing, this isn't me going to imright.com. This is me going to pulling this directly from myass.com. I will be honest with you. I'm not going to be like Nick and go, oh, yeah, I've done the research and it says this. You just need to listen to me. That's a weird sociopathic, like narcissistic thing too. Like he always says, well, all these people who hate me, if they could just talk to me, I could tell them what's really up. It's like, yeah, all these people who think I'm a piece of shit, if they would talk to me and let me give them the reasons why I'm not a piece of shit, and then just don't listen to the people who say I am a piece of shit, then they're not going to think I'm a piece of shit. That's called manipulation. People think a certain way about me based on my behavior. Oh, if I could only talk to them and Svengali the shit out of them, then they wouldn't think I'm a piece of shit. Oh, really? Really? Because Jim Jones thought the same thing. So this omnibus hearing is going on today. It happens at 10:30. I've been getting, invites to do shows, and like people are doing fucking pregame streams about this. people are doing fucking, I'm going to be outside the courthouse and I'm going to do a show before Nick's omnibus. Like it's taking on a life of its own. It's really becoming an event. So let me get my buzzkill shit out of the way first. My buzzkill shit, and this is only from reading and watching other legal people talk about this. In my filthy, dirty, disgusting, uneducated, unwashed opinion, there is a chance that this thing gets moved. That Ethan Ralph, and by the way, that would be the funniest thing for the Ethan Ralph part of this, is if the state of Minnesota County, if it's Candy, Ojai County, they go, we just got this motion to get rid of the, search warrant and all this other stuff. We just got this stuff, Sunday? So we got this 3 days ago. We're not ready to go through all this stuff. We need a little more time to go through, what the defendant has sent us. Let's push this back a little while. That would be the funniest fucking thing on earth to me if that's the way they did it. if they moved this thing back because they were like, you know what, we got, all our nice friends are here. They came, they dressed. All our autists from Kiwi Farms put their suit and tie on. Ethan Ralph came in his baseball cap and his disgusting oversized T-shirt to hide his fucking gunt. Put on his best baseball hat to come to court today. Sorry, guys, we're gonna delay this thing a little bit. I don't know if they're going to do that, or if maybe the prosecution's been kind of anticipating these were the things Nick was going to do, because the things Nick's asking to suppress, I mean, this is the Hail Mary that every defendant throws out there. I mean, it's pretty boilerplate stuff. I mean, yeah, he wrote it like a retard, but the thing he's doing is pretty standard. So they might be prepared for this. I also saw on the farms yesterday that the county sent some discovery items to the defendant yesterday. And one of them was Bureau of Criminal Apprehension lab results. That means that the BCA, and again, this is me, I'm pulling this right out of my ass. The BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, has tested what they found in Nick's house. Now, it field tested positive for cocaine. And if it is what I always saw in his bathroom, it's fucking cocaine. And by Nick's own admission to me, it's really good shit. Oh, it's really pure. It's not cut by fentanyl. I have it tested and it's legit and it's the best shit out there. Like, Nick did brag from time to time about the quality of his coke. So that means the BCA test came back on the ketamine, the cocaine. I'm interested to hear what the brown shit was, because I never saw any brown shit. Maybe he started experimenting with some shit, after we broke up. He took it hard. I get it. I golfed more. We all cope in different ways. But if the BCA lab results are in, that means another one of Nick's lies are going to be busted. And remember, Nick doesn't lie. I never said that is his favorite thing. He does the Jesse Ventura lies where he implies shit and he wants other people to think he said that shit until it turns out not to be true. And then he goes, oh, sorry you made that assumption. I didn't say that. Fucker. But if the BCA lab results come in, he's the one who says, it hasn't actually been tested and they don't actually even know if it's cocaine. Yeah, motherfucker, but you do. You do know if it's cocaine. You've known this entire time if it's cocaine or not. So doing this thing where you're like, well, the lab results haven't came in. They don't know it's cocaine. It's just a retard dipshit move. It's just such a sad Hitler in the bunker self-preservation move. Actually, Hitler in the bunker had a little more dignity than Nick does, because, Hitler did bite down on the cyanide capsule and go, all right, this is fucked. I give up. Like, there was a tacit admission of guilt at the end where it's like, all right, we fucking lost. Nick doesn't have that. Nick's still commanding Steiner's column through the Brandenburg Zoo. He's still thinking they're going to win the battle of the Brandenburg Zoo. They've still got this thing. By the way, Chevy fan says the brown shit was the shower. Yes, of course. So I'm I am a little worried. I am a little nervous for some of you, again, because people are going out to Candy, Ojai County today. The restaurants will do well. The hotels are doing all right. Nick Rekieta is a tourist attraction in lovely Candy, Ojai County. But I have a feeling, based on the stuff I've read, this could be continued. And that would suck a dick for all the people who came up here. But it's possible that you show up for this big event and you're all excited. Me personally, I got shit to do today. I'll read about it on Kiwi Farms. I'll read people's summary of what happened, and we'll talk about it tomorrow, or we'll talk about it tonight, and we'll go through the thing. But I'm thinking we might have a situation where we don't have much to talk about. Again, unless the state, or the county rather, I keep saying state, unless the county decides, you know what, we kind of anticipated these arguments and we're ready, we can refute all this. And, from every lawyer I've talked to and from every lawyer I've listened to, they've said these motions are shit. These are garbage. So maybe the county's looking at them going, these are nothing. We can knock these out, and the judge will. I mean, I don't think, and you can call this corruption, you can call this whatever. I think this is just pretty standard. There aren't a lot of judges who are going to shit on their colleagues and be like, yeah, a search warrant that my colleague signed is fucking bullshit, especially in a smaller county like that. Judge Wenzel would have to undo the warrant that his very capable colleague signed and gave her endorsement of. And also, Nick's been talking a lot of shit. About the woman who signed that search warrant. You don't want to piss off the judges. That's kind of a fraternity. If he's like, oh, this is the motherfucker who's been talking shit about her. Well, guess what? She's a really good fucking judge, and she signed off on a good search warrant. This thing stays. So I don't think he's getting that search warrant struck down. As far as the stuff I said to get the search warrant, they didn't need what I said to get the search warrant. And as far as his whole objection to Detective Pomplin saying, yeah, I got Nick's episode from his YouTube and his Rumble, and Nick going, no, I destroyed that. I got rid of that. Not the most, noble defense, but okay. No, I fucking knew how much of a fucking problem that was, and I burned it. But it was up on Rumble for a while, and I was under the impression that Detective Pomplin had the Rumble episode. I don't know, but I was under the impression, maybe I need to read closer, that he had the Rumble episode because it was still up. But there's also, this argument that, well, if it's reposted, it's edited and it's whatever. Well, there's an easy way to figure that out. Unprivate yours. Let's compare the two, and let's see if there's any editing. Spoiler alert, there's not. It's fine. That part will hold too. But then, okay, what about the pastor? What about Kayla's sister? What about, did Cheney get involved in this too? I can't remember. What about all the people who were concerned citizens who reported all this shit and that were kind of the whole thing that got this thing kickstarted? And then regardless of where I got your clips from, regardless of where I played clips of you, Nick, I also gave eyewitness account of what I saw and what I did and what I noticed. So, you can't get the show thing thrown out. That stream thing is going to be fine. But he's fucked on the warrant. The April shit, I watched Kurt. Which one is he? Goddamn, Uncivil Law. I watched Uncivil Law yesterday. What happened to him, by the way? I thought he was a Baldo washer. I thought he was a sweeper guy. He was fucking hammering Nick yesterday. I thought I was watching PPP. How bad he was hammering the shit out of Nick. And he's like, this is fucked. This is shitty. This is garbage. This is fucking stupid. The April thing, where he wants whatever April said. I can't wait to see what my darling sweet angel said about, their situation. Holy shit, am I excited about that. Because April had the right to remain silent and not incriminate herself. If she says a bunch of shit about Nick and Kayla and what's going on in there, It just can't be used against her if it came from a wrong, approach, if you will. Now, there's also, just because she asked for a lawyer doesn't mean they can't stop talking to her. Or they have to, it doesn't mean they have to stop talking to her. They just can't interrogate her about the situation. If she keeps talking, ain't no law that says they can't listen. So I'm really interested because I think, here's my theory on the April thing. And again, my source, my own ass, to quote Null. I think April was a scared, small-town white girl. I think the coke had worn off a little bit. Or maybe she was on it, and she was a little hyped up. And she was scared shitless, and she didn't know what the fuck. Like, her whole life is falling apart around her in this very moment. And she decided to just start emoting. And she started to just lay it all out on the line. And the cops just went, uh-huh. That must be very hard for you. It is, because the drugs and oh, fuck. She said something to the cops that Nick doesn't want played before a court because it doesn't make him look good. This way, I don't think they have to call April as a witness. Now, my theory is that April said all this stuff and they told her at the courthouse, or at the jail when they took her in, they said, look, you can walk away today with no charges. We're going to charge you with the same shit we charged them with. Or if what you're telling us is true and you're willing to work with us and not go back with them, you can walk out of here today. And she chose to walk out of here. It is my belief from my own asshole that April was a friend to the police when she left the cop shop. Because remember, Nick messaged to Keanu. He said, there's a reason April doesn't have charges, and it's not because of Aaron. Why do I want to fucking save her from charges? The shit she put me through when I confronted her about her fucking drug problem? I don't want to save her. I want to help her. Fuck that noise. She was a piece of shit to me when it came to that stuff. Fuck all that. I got the full addict treatment. I never want to hear that again. So yeah, it's not me. So Nick was implying that it was his grace and his legal know-how and his legal mastery that got April's charges erased. No, dumb fuck. She ratted you guys out. You stupid, non-practicing dick. The reason April walked out without charges, what we're finding out from your motions, is she had a beautiful singing voice. Oh, she hit all the notes that all the detectives and prosecutors wanted her to hit. And they said, if you don't go back there, if you stick to you just leave it here, scot-free, you get a new start. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You know how easy it would be to move back to Litchfield with your parents? No charges, scot-free. Get a job where they work, get paid decent money. Get your own place. You'd have your own place in Litchfield in 90 days. 90 days. You'd have it by now, actually. By now, you'd be moving into your new place. And as Stavros says in Tires, you could live like a white trash sultan. You know? But nope. Had to go back to the Baldo bunker. And as soon as they had proof that she was back there, as soon as she started piping up on Instagram again, they went, hit this bitch with a felony charge. Fucking enough. There's some fucking stories I want to tell, but I can't yet. There's some conversations I've had, man, where I just go, especially for the two girls, I go, you two girls are so fucking stupid listening to this retard. You have no idea how easy this all could have been. And I'm not even talking about rolling over on anyone. You have no idea how easy this all could have been. And I can't tell you, but they followed this dipshit. Oh, I swear I know it. What you girls don't understand is that this is actually really easy to beat. You followed this asshole down a primrose path to your own destruction. And the key to your salvation was within you the whole time, and you let this guy fucking make you walk the plank. Oof. So today, one of two things is going to happen. The prosecution is going to ask that this get delayed so they can respond to the motion because it was filed 3 fucking days ago. Or they're ready for all these arguments. Detective Pomplin is ready to go defend all of his guys, and the judge is ready to, back the other judge and say this warrant was good. Either way, today is going to cost Nick a lot of money. Today could be good news for him, or today could be bad news for him. If it's a continuance, it's good news for him. It's a stay of execution. If they go ahead with this today, it's the beginning of the end, because once all these motions are shot down, this is his Hail Mary pass. If it gets knocked away in the end zone, picked off, whatever, now Nick's got to start thinking plea deal. He's got to start thinking best case scenario. Probably still could keep himself out of jail. Even with as much shit as he's talked and as much dumb shit as he's done, he can probably still keep himself out of jail. He'll get a shitload of probation. But, he'll and probably not have to do and get, stayed jail time. But, he won't go in right away. And as long as he can keep himself clean, booze and drugs, he'll be good. Whether or not he can do that, that's where we get into nothing but speculation. But all I know is this is a huge event. A lot of people are out for it. Like I said, there's damn near going to be tailgating in Candy, Ojai County today. But we'll see how it goes. I know people have written into me and they've gone, are you going to be there? No, I'm not going to be there. I've got children that I need to take care of. I'm not going to bring my children to Candy, Ojai County today and make them relive all of that horse shit. So no, I am not going to be there. But the rest of you, enjoy yourself. Godspeed. Dr. Rondo says the only solution is to watch all 4 hours of the Coke stream in court before the jury. Oh my God. That would be so horrible. That poor jury. Give them money. McBuster says April's beaver is on probation until they get that stench under control. What, guys? Why with this smelly cunt stuff? Why? Elza Belza says if she ratted them out, there's no way she would still be living there. I disagree. You don't know Nick the way I do. Nick would get him back under her wing, or get her back under his wing, and she's not going to play ball. She's not going to talk to you anymore. She's going to prank caller, like Eric Stoltz, and she's just going to hang up the phone. And she's going to be brought back into the fold. Nick got charges put back on April. I know he likes to go, why do you think she walked out of there with charges? Without charges. April walked out of there without charges. You saw how surprised Nick was in his hearing? The reason she walked out of there without charges is because she gave them information they could use, Nick. It wasn't because of you, you stupid fuck. The reason charges got put back on her, dummy, is because of you. Is because you convinced her come back to the Baldo bunker. We'll give you that other house. It's empty. You know how we fucked up the whole Aaron thing? Yeah, it's an empty house that I'm not collecting any rent on and paying for. That one. That's why they fucking put charges back on her, is because she went back there. You're the reason. You and April are the reason April has charges. April was the reason she didn't have charges. When April got arrested, she was on the right path for about 5 fucking minutes. 5 minutes she was on the right path going, I'm guessing here, cooperating with the police, telling them what they needed to hear, getting out of there without charges. And then she fucked it all up. SC Motorsports says crackheads aren't known for their cleanliness, Aaron. McBuster says, will this affect April's hunting season, though? Well, we'll know next Wednesday, right? April's arraignment. Is it her arraignment is next Wednesday? She goes to court on the 5th degree felony charge. What do you do now? My question is, Kayla's got that plea deal, right? April's going to get offered something. If they take the deal, that fucks Nick. That knocks the legs right out from under Nick's table. Because his whole thing is, I didn't do anything. State has to prove their case. Which they can, easily. Without me. Nick's what we call a grenada. So if these girls take a plea deal, here's the thing. Nick has to choose between letting these women do what's best for them or making these women do what's best for him. And the shittiest part about him is that every part of this insinuates that Nick is going to make them do what's best for him. But he's going to make people think that he just let them make their own decisions, and they just think that Nick's oh so goddamn wonderful and great and innocent that they were going to go down with the ship. When in reality, if he was giving them good advice as a decent human friend and lawyer, he would say, you guys need to take the deal. You need to get felonies off your record. You need to stay out of prison and do this for your future and your children. In Kayla's case. No. He just wants to make sure he doesn't get fucked up. Coltrane with $1 says the brown shit they tested was basically discharge. Oh, that's not. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says you never thanked me for my 20. Oh, I was in the middle of a rant. I'm sorry. Trucker 18-wheeler with $20 says give a Stoney's gift card to someone else. All right, I certainly will. Coltrane, you want a Stoney's gift card? There you go. Coltrane. I'm putting it down. There you go. Anybody who throws in $20 today is getting $50 to Stoney's in downtown Rockville. 245 away from today's goal. You guys are doing great. If you want to get us under 200 by the top of the hour, I do appreciate that. Gray Duckling with $20. Thank you very much, buddy. Let's get your name on one of these. We'll go to the listeners' thoughts on this omnibus hearing thing, but that's where I'm at. For me, it's basically they're either the state's going to ask for more time today, or they're just going to shoot these down one by one. They're ready to go. And then the next step for Nick is he kind of hits that crossroads today. If this whole thing goes forward, his crossroads now becomes the nexus that he's traveling is take a plea deal, admit your guilt, make this as easy as possible, or gird up your loins for battle and get ready to fight. You get ready to fight. The rest of us can all see the writing on the wall. You get ready to fight, you're going to prison. You take responsibility. You plead this thing out. You say you're guilty. You probably stay out of jail. That should be such a huge motivator. The only thing is he'd be on a shitload of probation. He'd be monitored constantly. I had to go through the probationary process yesterday. They sit you down in a room. They interview you. First of all, it's drug felonies. So if you have drug felonies, that's already going to be, you do this probation interview and they determine whether or not they need to monitor you closely, or you just, at the end of your probation, you check in, they see if there's any problems. I was the lowest risk guy. Nick with they're going to be monitoring the shit out of him probably if he pleads guilty. And maybe he doesn't want to be watched by government. Maybe Mr. Libertarian doesn't want to be monitored. Well, quit breaking the law, asshole. Quit having kids and doing blow and guns all over the place. But maybe he's so afraid of the idea of the government up his ass watching what he can do and can't do that he's willing to risk prison for it. Because, Penn Jillette once said this about magicians. Sometimes you get caught, or like psychics. Sometimes they get caught like on TV trying to do something and people, the host will fuck them over. And people, Penn Jillette was doing an interview and the person said, well, then why do they still try to do the trick when they know that they're fucked? And they go, because sometimes a fucking miracle happens and it's worth going for it. Even though you could look like a fucking asshole, maybe some shit will happen. Like you're just flying by the seat of your pants. You're like, maybe some fucking miracle will happen and I'll be saved. And maybe that's Nick's attitude. Maybe Nick's attitude is something's going to get thrown out. Even if I go to trial, some magical fucking Perry Mason moment is going to happen and I'm going to get out of here. And I won't have to, maybe the idea of probation and being tested and poked and prodded for years and years is so abhorrent to him that he's willing to go, I'll go to prison for a few years because I think there's going to be some kind of card up my sleeve maverick moment that's going to save me. I don't think there is, but I'm not in his head. Thank you, Gray Duckling, for the $20. Thank you to Matthew for $20. He says, fuck yeah, Stonies. If you guys haven't won anything before, make sure you get a hold of me. and let me know where I can send these, because I can send these out today while the kids are hooping and hollering outside. I can sit out on the patio, and I can mail these out to you guys. Vance Rosberg says, I never got my last 50. Might as well send me 100. I had it for you at the anniversary show. I thought you were one of the guys I gave it to. We only had like 2 or 3 left at the anniversary show. I'm sorry, Vance, if you didn't get yours. Here's what we'll do. 1 for Vance, 2 for Vance. And there we are. Perfect. $20 from Vance. Thank you very much for that. Let's knock that down by 35. Oh, my goodness. 210 away from this morning. Thank you guys very, very much for your contributions to our humble little program. Chevrolet JB says, still think he will roll on the dealer and walk. Roll on the dealer? I don't know. Some people are saying still waiting for my gift card to come in the mail. If you haven't gotten it yet, you need to get a hold of me, because I brought a bunch to Stoney's for the anniversary show for people, and I mailed a bunch out like 2 weeks ago. If you haven't gotten them yet, you need to get in touch with me so I can send that back out to you. I don't think he's going to roll on a dealer. No. He would have done that by now. And that would have been a get out of jail free card too. At least you can still bow hunt with a felony, says somebody. Well, that's true. McBuster says maybe Nick's daddy is a swinger too. He takes April and Kayla and lets Nick take the fall and has a new son with Kayla. Jesus Christ. McBuster says Matt should be at the courthouse as your eyes on the scene. What a lazy fag. Matt's working. Citizen M says, not half bad. I think you and I just may win the Ricada War. Thank you, Citizen M. I appreciate that. McBuster says, pineapples to donuts. I think you're on to something. Sam Show says, I think he does have a special kind of retard brain. New Guy says, you have quite the imagination. Don't lose that. Well, I do what I can. Thank you to Mac for the $9.99. He says, good show. Thanks, Toe. My name's Aaron. The show is... You know what you're doing, Mac. You know what you're doing. Hey, it's time to stop now, Mac. It is time to stop now, Mac. All right, let's... I think I got one more thank you to throw out here. Nope, we're good. We're caught up. Thank you guys very much for all of your love and support of the old Toe. Somebody writing in, the brown substance could be heroin. I never saw any heroin. I never knew anything about any heroin. So I can't speak to that. But I don't know, I guess anything's possible. The fuck is brown gunk? I don't know. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, never seen anyone obsess over waste of air junkies. They'll either get help or die. It's up to them either way. Oh, well, you got to move on at some point. Well, it's news. There's a lot of people going out there for this. The omnibus hearing is a big deal. It's, a lot of gossip. Coltrane with $1 says, Aaron, no guns and drugs. Get the fuck out of the Libertarian treehouse again, New Boot Goofing. Oh, I got kicked out of the Libertarian treehouse again because I don't have drugs or guns in my house. Shit. I did go to Midland Armory yesterday in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. They got a great selection of firearms in there, boy. Holy shit. You can go to their website, too, and if they don't have it in the store, you can order it right there. I looked up my old DP-12. Still a damn near $1,500 fucking gun. I'm going to pass for a while. Guns hold their value, dude. Holy shit. I bought that gun like 7 years ago. Still the same price as the day I bought it. Maybe a couple $100 more. I bought it from a sponsor, so I got it for cost. Whoop. Cheeseburger Pie says Nick will plead not guilty and get a new court date in hope of a better plea deal. Well, it's more than just pleading not guilty. It's they're throwing motions out there. They're trying to get the whole thing thrown out. I guess, we never did go over possibility number 3. The Hail Mary fucking gets tipped up in the air and caught by the offense. Nick gets everything thrown out. Nick walks a free man today. and thus Kayla and April as well, and Nick's the conquering hero, and this thing's all over. What about that possibility? You want to consider that? I hope I didn't make anybody puke. But that's something we have to consider as well. Is that perhaps this fucking works? I mean, prayers get answered sometimes. You know, hard work pays off, dreams come true. Bad times don't last, but bad guys do. To quote Scott Hall. I know I just made a lot of people's assholes tighten up just so like you could shove a lump of coal up there, they'd squeeze out a diamond. But that's one of the possibilities you have to consider. So, delay by the prosecution. Judge shoots everything down today and we're steaming full speed ahead to a trial. Or 3, Nick wins. This whole thing's over with. It's done. And oh boy, are we going to get... You know what? Honestly, if I were Nick and that happened today and the search warrant if he got the search warrant thrown out today, I would fucking rip lines of blow off April and Kayla's asses on stream while chugging a handle of whiskey. I mean, I would go full on fucking degenerate. I'd go, you know what? Fuck you. I won. Suck my dick. Everyone knows you're guilty. Everyone knows you did what you did. We all saw you. But if you somehow get this thing, he would deservedly so should be able to do whatever the fuck he wants. Somebody says, can you imagine the party if he wins? Hookers and blow for days. Let's be the one. Hey, everybody else so biased. Let's go ahead and consider the scenario that none of LawTube is willing to consider, that nobody... Now, there's a reason LawTube is not willing to consider the possibility that Nick wins today, because, I mean, the search warrant would have to get thrown out. You could throw out a lot of shit, and that search warrant would still be good. Sorry, but I realize I've been showing a lot of cleavage this morning. You could probably get even my shit thrown out, and the search warrant would still be good. But they probably won't throw that out either. The reason that, you have Andrew and Sean and Kurt and all these guys, and they're talking about how fucking terrible these motions are and how garbage they are. And I talked to my lawyer yesterday, and he's like, that search warrant's good. And judges aren't going to overturn each other's shit on something that solid. The reason most people aren't willing to talk about this scenario is A, they don't want to see it come true, but B, also legally, it looks like, a 0.001% chance of happening. But this is interesting. I want to get people's thoughts on the infinitesimal chance that this thing gets thrown out and the rest of us are all of a sudden put on the defense and we're fucked. Now, I know Nick watches everything about himself, so let's give him like another 30 seconds to finish jacking off to the law porn that I've just given him. Because if I'm him, I am gloating until the end of time. You can all go fuck yourselves. It may have cost me a house. It may have cost me a lot of relationships. It may have cost me a lot of problems, a lot of money, but I fucking did it. Now, the internet's still going to think he's a piece of shit, that he got off on a technicality, but it's just going to make them seethe and angry, and he's going to be able to celebrate that. It's fucking fascinating, man. So that, you know what? If Kiwi Farms could pull this off, if they could all get together and agree that, like, after the omnibus hearing today, when they get their phones back and they start getting back on the farms and posting shit, they should all agree to post that the warrant got thrown out and the case was dismissed and that Nick's a free man. He can do whatever he wants. And just try to keep that going as long as you can until, like, some paperwork comes out and it shows it's bullshit. That would be a really funny Kiwi Farms bit. I know I'd probably bite. If Nick gets the charges dropped, you could hire Melty File to come after the kids. I would email Blackwater. Jesus, McBuster. Bigot on Socialist Media says, imagine Nick winning in court and winning on the internet. Right? I mean, it's something to consider. I just hope he doesn't fuck it up and is like really humble and I'm just like, I'm really happy to be past this process. No, dude, just fucking rip lines on the air. Who gives a shit? Carlos Cameo says, party at the polycule if Nick wins. They can all shoot guns and drink like a Bosnian wedding. That's what you do. They do a Bosnian wedding if they win their case today. Polar Bear says the brown stuff was left over from when you were there. It's the sugar in the straw that you would snort to look cool. I had to make them think I was down, bro. Picking on Socialist Media says, I bet M would be furious if Nick wins. Dr. Rondo says he's still a garbage person. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people would feel that way, but he wouldn't give a shit. Nick's family could be throwing millions at this behind closed doors. Then he's coming after you. The only way out of that scenario would be to marry him and complete the polycule again. He would. He'd marry me. He loves me. He still thinks about me. I would have to decline, though. I would have to say no. Look, as much as it breaks my heart, I would have to say no to the marriage proposal. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I have an uncle from Bosnia. Well, then he could do the party planning. How about that? You know what I'm kind of fascinated to see, though, is I'm fascinated to see. Oh, by the way, thank you guys. About 1,100 of you, 1,150 checking out the show right now on YouTube and Rumble. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit follow if you're watching and you're entertained and you're having a good time. We're not going to be your polycule trial pregame show destination until 10:30 today. I mean, we'll probably wrap this up by the top of the hour. But I always, on days like this, I always refresh Kiwi Farms to see if they have anything new. Ooh, they got quite a few new pages since I was on this morning before the show. What will Nick wear in court? Oh, they're talking about what will Nick wear in court. His Pope hat and the Baldo with a bottle of whiskey in his ass. Oh. Good luck today, lads. No matter the outcome of the hearing, everything surrounding it is almost guaranteed to be an entertaining shit show. Yeah, like Ethan Ralph is talking about filming outside the courthouse, which, yeah, if I'm Nick, I would have called Ethan Ralph and said, bro, stay in Mexico. It's fine. I don't need you here. You got allies, and then you got allies you that can stay allies from far away. Yeah, they're on Kiwi Farms, they're calling it omnibussing. They're all going omnibussing today. Don't get your hopes up. If there's one thing Ralph has learned over his lifetime, it's how to muzzle himself in court. Expect to say, yes, Massa Judge, and I'll apologize, Massa Judge. Fully buck-broken by the court system, he wouldn't dare cause a ruckus. No, I don't think anybody's going to cause a ruckus. I don't think, we're obviously not going to see it. There's not going to be any, like, oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, somebody put a clip up and it auto-played on me. I don't think there's going to be any disturbances. We're not going to see any cameras in there, but, like, I don't think anybody's going to be a fucking retard. You know? I think it's going to be pretty tame. If it even happens, unless they get the whole thing continued. That would have to be up to the prosecution, though. All right, so no, like, documents being dropped today. Somebody writing today is the Super Bowl for dorks. I mean, that's true. But yeah, I don't see any documents being dropped or any kind of like earth-shattering revelations before. I thought maybe what's his name? MN Public Records would have something for us today, but no luck. That's only on streaming days. Chris Benoit with $10 says, when is Johnny coming back? Today is Johnny's last day of vacation. So Johnny is going to be back on Monday. Monday, Johnny will be back. Thank you, Chris Benoit, for asking, because Johnny's been writing me. And Johnny's been saying, like, do you even need me? Like, it seems like you're doing pretty well. Do you want me to come back? And I'm like, yes. I hate that, by the way. I hate when people do that to you. And they're like, do you still need me? It's like, do you want to just hear me say I need you? Like, is that it? Or are you really being that insecure? It's like, no, of course. Come on back on Monday. If we put a poll up right now, the audience would say, we'd rather have an Aaron and Johnny show than just an Aaron show, in my opinion. McBuster says, this all started with Nick and Aaron's love. He wants you back, clearly. SC Motorsports says, Aaron's more into homo bussing. McBuster says, Colonel Kurtz could live stream it. No. They're not. There's no cell phones. There's no cameras. There's no nothing. No nothing on that end. Elza Belza says, are April and Kayla's court dates next week? Somebody correct me on this, because my lawyer and I had a disagreement about this, and now this is the second person who's intimated that Kayla's hearing is the 28th of this month. I thought it got moved back to October 28th. Am I wrong about that? Why did I think I read that? That Kayla got 2 extra months with her new lawyer to kind of go over this stuff. Is she next Wednesday? Is she August 28th? Because I know April's August 28th. But I thought that Kayla was October 28th. Oh, Anonymous says Kayla's was pushed back to next week. Why the fuck did I think it was October? I mean, don't answer that, because I know the answer is going to be, oh, because you're retarded. I know. So, okay. I know April's is next Wednesday. We'll see. I mean, if they're being offered a deal that doesn't include jail time, fucking take it, girls. Fucking take the deal. $2 from... I'm sure that Kayla's new attorney, if it's just Kayla's attorney and it's just the two of them talking, that attorney is probably saying to her, you've got 5 children. You just got them back. You want to keep them, don't you? If you push this thing too far, you will go to jail and you will be away from your children. If we plead guilty, this will get you clean, which is what you want. This will get you rehab. This will get you monitoring. This will keep you on the straight and narrow. Take the fucking deal. All you got to do is stay clean for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, whatever. You'll be clean and sober. You'll be the best mom you've ever been. You'll be productive. It'll be great. April, same thing. Can they plead this out of a felony for her, maybe? You'll get probation. You'll have to behave yourself. You'll have to not do drugs. You'll have to be monitored. But you'll get to restart your life unless you stay with these two. You know, the only one not thinking long-term here is Nick, because he doesn't want my government checking his piss in his hair all the time. But you did what you did. Elza Belza says, I read August 28th. Okay. So, okay, April and Kayla are next week. So we're going to have 2 Super Bowls. King Kong Dong says it's because you're seeing her in October. Ep didn't says clean for 8 years, just kill me. See, now that's what I'm thinking. Maybe that's Nick's thought process. Maybe that's why he goes to trial. Because, like, in jail, he can get drugs. In jail, you can get fucked up. His idea of the government, you know, with their thumb up his ass for years, maybe he's like Ep didn't. And he's like, clean for 5, 6, 7, 8 years? Fucking shoot me. No, thank you. McBuster says, Kayla is a cult mom now. She will go to prison, and the Rekieta Family Trust will make sure the dynasty is secure. Here's the problem with them divorcing. She doesn't get shit from a trust. If she gets divorced and there are no, like, cash assets and personal assets, like even the house that's in their name that they're trying to sell right now, if that money came out of the trust, she's not entitled to half that house necessarily. Like, that can be fought. If there's trust funds involved, the spouse is not the spouse is not entitled to the half the trust fund. So if she gets divorced, she can have half of assets, marital assets. Sure, she'll get, you know, if she gets most of the kids, she'll get a shitload of child support. Maybe, depending on what Nick's actual income is right now, which isn't what it used to be. Who knows? Who knows what divorce court would bring? Elza Belza. So yes, does SC Motorsports says, does Elza Belza want to go with me to the court dates? I promise I will buy her dinner afterwards. Aw, SC Motorsports and Elza Belza sitting in a tree. All right, guys. So yes, Chris Benoit, to answer your question, Johnny will be back on Monday. All right, we are 195 away from knocking out today. You guys are right on track. You're under 200 before 8 o'clock. Everybody who throws in $20 today gets $50 to Stoney's until we run out. Links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. Thank you for your generosity. Well, guys, that's what I got for you. My court stuff, Shuli's cheese pizza producer, and then the Rekieta stuff. Catching up with the chat on that, and then we're going to go into news. Got some Democratic National Convention coverage for you. We've got some wacky school stories. We've got some silly shit. I just wanted to clear up everyone's thoughts about this. get to what everybody was thinking, and then we will, of course, move on. I mean, God, 1,200 people watching the show at the moment. It's kind of hard to walk away from, but I know it's going to go way, way down as soon as we move on. McBuster says, this goes deeper. Kayla is the mother of the Rekieta spawn, thus the legacy. She will keep quiet so the Rekietas and the secret society can be upheld. Think ratings. Come on. I know you want this to drag out so we can get more fans and get better numbers and things. I understand. I get it. I appreciate that, but I know that I bore my core audience. I know that I bore the people who pay the bills and keep us on the air when I do this stuff. Like the money coming in right now that has us looking all right today, that's coming in from the OGs, It ain't the new fish that are going, here, take my fucking money, keep going, let's talk about it, If Super Chats and Rumble Rants and PayPals and Venmos were coming in and they were like, I got a question, what do you think about this shit? Or here's my take on this. Fuck, I'd do it till 10:30 and then, go on one of these pregame streams. But I got to go with where the audience is. King Kong Dong says, as a core member, I don't mind the court shit. Oh, well, fuck me in the mouth then. I don't know my own audience. Bigot on Socialist Media says taking her kids away from there and being a good mother is worth more than the money she could get. Oh, I agree with you 100%. And Kayla has a remarkably supportive family who very clearly does not like Nick very much because, her own sister turned her in or reported them. So she has a very supportive family. If she left that situation, I think they'd be fine. Sam Show says, but what about all the stimulants? Oh, like prescription stimulants you could take? I guess, you could say you had ADHD and you can get Adderall because you can't quit that Coke shit cold turkey. Like, you got to do something. Elza Belza says, Wednesdays must be druggy court day in Spicer. Dude, Candy, Ojai County, fucking druggy cases is all they get there. Benton County had a judge. I heard this yesterday. Benton County used to be the hot spot for drugs in Minnesota. And what happened was they got a judge in there who just started going, drug offense, year in prison. Drug offense, year in prison. Drug offense, year in prison. That's it. He just started started sentencing them to a year in jail. No diversion, no rehab, nothing like that. Go the fuck to prison. So then the druggies started leaving Benton County. Apparently they went to Candy, Ojai County because now Candy, Ojai County is where all the drug people go. So if you get a judge, what happens is you get a judge in a county that just starts going, prison time, prison time, prison time. Fuck these people. The drug people will clear out because they want to go somewhere where the sentences are softer. Dive Bar with $5 says, I like your politics stuff. Your Trump impersonation is priceless. Dive Bar, I always know that you're being a twat, so no. No. Bigot on Socialist Media says, my brother had court last week for getting caught driving under the influence of meth for a second time. He will be in prison soon. Yikes. Rusty Grammer says, I don't care what you talk about as long as it isn't Post Malone. Dude, that song Hide My Gun, though, it's pretty fucking good. Let's go ahead and get to some chats here. Breaking news. Oh, no. Breaking news. Aaron, you have a friend in the twice divorced business. Bennifer is done. She filed for divorce. On to husband number 5. Fuck. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are Dunsky. Damn it. Silverwolf with $2 says, so if you had to pick one to compare it to, what World War II battle would this be for Nick? You know what? This is Okinawa for Nick. They've invaded his home islands. This is the omnibus hearing. This is where he's got to start defending himself. And he is just throwing bonsai waves. He's just everything he's got, just kamikaze attacks, bonsai charges, oh, I'm sorry, it's YouTube. S-word charges. This is Nick's Okinawa. Because if he loses this one, it's just unfettered bombing runs on Tokyo. And here comes Fat Man and Little Boy pretty soon. 2 atom bombs to blow the fucking thing up. If he can win Okinawa, he can cause a stalemate and he can get this whole thing, the war comes to an end. But if he loses Okinawa, it's It's pretty much game, set, and match at that point. Thank you very much, Silver Wolf. Let's catch up here. A lot of farmland to make meth in Candy, Ojai County, says SC Motorsports. Well, yeah, that's why a lot of those, like Meeker County and shit like that, it's all farmland. It's harder to get caught. You just set up shop there. Landers says Post Malone's new hit, Hide My Cum. That's not necessarily gay because you can be saying it to a chick. You motherfucker, you. Dive Bar says, damn, I was being serious. I do like your Trump impersonation. I guess I cry wolf too much. I'm sorry, Dive Bar. That's on me. I apologize. My bad. Mike G with $5 says, what happened to Shuli's producer? That guy Eso, he got caught with cheddar popcorn. 4,000 images of children? Yeah, and not family photos. We talked about it earlier in the show. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, have you talked to Johnny? Yeah, Johnny and I have texted, I think, every day of his vacation, and I saw him on Saturday. So, yes, I have talked to Johnny. Silverwolf says, did he skip my $2? My feed must have skipped. Fuck Rumble. No, I fucking just read it. I was a little behind. King Kong Dong says, Aaron's battle with Nick was the battle of the bulge. Chevy fan says, Virgie told me nukes aren't real. We'll take that shit to the bank then. King Kong Dong says, Meeker Memorial Hospital, you're better off visiting a graveyard. I mean, the guy isn't wrong. The man tells no lies. All right, a couple more thank yous to throw out here. Thank you very much. Master Sparky with $20. Please send me your information so I can get this sent out to you. Everyone who gets $50 Stoney's gift card today, send me your information so that I can get this out to you. Anyone who throws $20 at us over on PayPal or Venmo is getting $50 to Stoney's. By the way, 165 away from today. Thank you guys very much. You're 165 away, and we've got 2 hours yet. So thank you very much. Keep chipping away at that. We'll be good. What do we have left for Stoney's? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wow. We still got 5 of these left, if you want any. All right. It seems like the chat is satisfied. It seems like everybody's happy. I believe we can move on. Question mark. Time for me to take a big hit in audience, boys and girls, because you guys are done talking about this. Silverwolf says, I want to donate more, but I don't need any more Stonies. I have so many gift cards, and I don't even drink. I mean, you can get one, and you can give it to somebody else. That's what Trucker 18-Wheeler did earlier today. But, then you're just giving it away. But I appreciate it. Silverwolf, you're a good egg. Okay. Can you tell I kind of have I kind of have Super Bowl fever a little bit on this omnibus hearing today. I want to skip to the end of it, and I just want to find out what the fuck happened. I'm honestly, there's a part of me that wants to see what happens if this shit gets thrown out. There's part of me that wants to see, like, if he goes off the fucking rails or back on the rails, either one. But I think more than likely it's all going to stay in place. We're going to be full steam ahead for a trial. The BCA results have come back. We're going to find out probably today that it not only did that stuff field test positive for cocaine, but the BCA tested it, Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. They'll say it's cocaine. And then you'll have then you got to deal with the 9-year-old testing positive for coke. I mean, is there a chance that more charges come because of that? What if that's the case? I mean, if we have this omnibus hearing, Nick loses, and then he doesn't take a deal, they slap another charge on him for the kid testing positive. It's a possibility. Elza Belza says a lot of people in the Diddleverse hitting delete after all the Shuli news. It's not Shuli news. I think people have to, I know that Dabbleverse is full of like some of the most rotten cunts in the world. I know it's some of the worst fucking people. and they're garbage and scum, and you shouldn't really want a lot of them as fans. But Shuli didn't do anything. You know, his producer was a creep and a cheese pizza holder, and he's going to go to prison for a long time. But, like, Shuli didn't do anything, and I'm sure Shuli's really fucked up over it. Shuli's probably wondering, how did I trust a guy like this? Is there something wrong with me? You know, that kind of shit can shake a guy up. Bigot on socialist media says they may not realize data can be recovered even after formatting your hard drive 20 plus times. Are you talking about Shuli's producer? Kotod says the only rail he's going to see is his Selly Big Bubba's rail. Oh, see, what Kotod's trying to say is Nick's going to get butt fucked in the clink. Oh. It's a lot of fan fiction going on. All right. You ain't getting my money says, please stop using delicious foods to describe that. Well, I heard Legal Mindset use cheese pizza, so I started using cheddar popcorn. You know, I didn't want to take his phrase. That's all. King Kong Dong says, why do you have to say PDF file and cheddar popcorn? They're gross fuck. Yeah, dude, YouTube won't let you. I don't know what to tell you. YouTube will not let you use those words. I don't know. They're worried about monetization. They're worried about advertisers, so they don't want you saying those words. YouTube is going to become a lot like broadcast television eventually, because they'll make so much. The more advertising money you make and the more advertising money that's on the table, the more you will restrict the language that can be used on people's work. Just because. Buffalo Jockey says, Super Bowl is the finale. This hearing is a regular season game at best. Nothing exciting will come of it. Yeah, but people have been dying to go to one of these court proceedings. They've been dying for a court hearing on Nick Rekieta, and now they finally have it. So there's that. I just caught a glimpse of my wingspan here. I'm a gorilla-armed motherfucker. Holy shit. Vadam says the whole way Nick thinks about the government and his situation is very interesting. I mean, yeah, it's dumb and it's leading him down a primrose path to his own destruction, but it is fascinating. YouTube is getting worse with these ads. Bold of them to think I won't just leave, says Sam Show. Well, so far nobody is. Gray Duckling with $2 says, don't ruin literal cheddar popcorn for me. All right, fine. How about... they found cranky penises on his computer. Does that work better? Cranky penises will be the description. It's actually also kind of true. Monthly fuck King Kong Dong dues. Also, give the gift card to they them King Kong Dong. Thank you very much, KS. So King Kong Dong, I think I have your info. If I don't, send it to me. You're getting $20 to Stoney's. KS gave us $20 and also politely reminded us to tell you to go fuck yourself. So much like a girl you're trying to date, getting some mixed signals. That's going to bring us to 145 for today. Thank you guys so much. 145 is the number we're looking for to get 30 minutes of overtime today. Never mind. 140 Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says, now I can never eat cheese pizza. Oh, now people are saying cranky penises is worse. What's going to keep you people happy? You know what? Don't answer. I don't think I want to know the cost. They will be very disappointed when the hearing is over in 10 minutes. Yeah, Snowcat Tish, I'll be honest. I'm leaning towards the prosecution is going to say, we need some time to respond to these motions. We're going to delay this for another couple of weeks. Or, again, they could have been anticipating this because this is a pretty common move that people pull, is they try to get everything thrown out. So they may be prepared to defend this. Dive Bar says, surprised any of that even holds today, considering anyone can hack your shit and put stuff on your computer unbeknownst to you. That's why I no longer use a computer. Oh. Dr. Rondo likes cranky penises. Well, he doesn't like cranky penises. He likes the term. Nana's Clam says, cheese pizza is not that one guy's term. It's the term everyone uses. You should use it as not to confuse people. Sheesh, Aaron. I can't do it right. Can't do it right. Copperhead says, make it 130. All right, we take 8 of that 10. I'll round that down because we've had a bunch of 2s and 1s and shit like that. It all works. 130 is our number for today. Wow, keep it going, guys. Thank you. We got lots of time. And we're down to 130. Sam Show says, you don't want to use cranky penises to describe that. That's a good point. We got to think of something new. Cherry pop. No. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was trying. I meant like soda because in the Midwest we say pop. I didn't realize. I was just trying to put words together and I didn't realize. Oh, fuck. Now I see why people use cheese pizza. I came up with cheddar popcorn. People yelled at me. And now I'm trying to come up with a different phrase. And I'm just. Sam Show says you blew it. Yeah. That was not good. Oh, there you go. Celsius pounders. Krabby Patties. There we go. They found Krabby Patties on the guy's computer. I'm going with Krabby Patties because I'm not doing a good job. Yeah, Dr. Rondo just writes, oof, LOL. That was bad. That was bad, and we need to move on from it as quickly as possible. Snowcat Tish in all caps just writes, just use cheese pizza. You're right. McBuster says, rumor has it Kiki and Gino are so desperate for attention that they show up at the courthouse selling Kiki candles with Meemaw. Well, Keanu should be there to support her good friend Nick. You know, she likes him. Keanu's a big Nick Rekieta gal now. I think Keanu likes the cocaine and the swinging. I think she thinks that's actually pretty cool. I think she just wanted to talk to April again and just kind of used me to do that. And then it's funny that she knew the guy was a narcissistic fucking game-playing narcissist. Did I say narcissistic or sociopath? Whatever. She knew who the guy was, and she still let herself get manipulated. Oof. That's a rough. And then it all just came crashing down for her. I mean, imagine you're doing a show about the most talked about person in this environment, and you can't get over 100 people watching. You know what the verdict there is? People fucking hate you. And they don't hate you like they hate me, like they'll watch and they'll be entertained. You have X-Pac heat. People don't like you because they don't like you. $2 from Trucker 18-Wheeler says Krabby Patties. Yeah, Krabby Patties is good. Dr. Rondo says Keanu's going to join the cover. Yeah, but it's going to be weird when she joins the cover and they don't allow Gino in. But let me just tell Gino, you're dodging a bullet there, my man. But yeah, she should be up here to support her boy Nick. After all, remember, she thinks that Nick is, a better guy than I am. Remember that, because the cokeheads told her so. She's a great judge character, that one. Mo Block says, you can tell where Ethan Ralph has been. There's a Gunt trail running through Minneapolis International Airport. Sam Show says, I hate her because she's boring. She dares to turn the camera on and bore the shit out of me with non-boring topics. Yeah, she's not a good broadcaster. King Kong Dong says, people at least hate watch you. Here, Kiki can't even get haters to watch. I can't help it. I'm more entertaining. Gino has to put on the Baldo, and then he's in. He's an older guy. You might need a heavier Baldo. Gravity and age, it's a bitch. Mo Block, thank you. You know what? This feels like Kiwi Farms to me. I'm always damned by faint praise over there. Mo Block writes, Aaron might be a dumb bastard. Thank you, Mo. Am I talking to Sean from Potentially Criminal now? But Kiki is so goddamn annoying, it's literally unwatchable. Yeah, I love it when Sean's like, he defends me in these court papers, but he defends me by going, Aaron doesn't matter here. Aaron's a retard. Like, thank you, Sean. I appreciate you getting my back. I think. I mean, what Aaron said is fine. Aaron's just a dumb fuck yelling on the internet. I mean, true, Sean, but could we put it in a better frame of no? Okay. No, Aaron, I'm going to call you a dumb fuck retard while I'm complimenting you, and then I'm going to do a Stoney's read. You have to take that deal or leave it. All right, Sean, I'll take it. Like the little... And then Meme Copium tells me to get in the cuck shed. I don't have any internet friends. Thank you, Mo Block. He says you're going to need to hire a glazer. All right. Clopogram says, breaking news, Aaron's uncle is reporting live outside court. That's right. My uncle's out there. My uncle is the correspondent for Real Raw News. Yeah, Bigot on Socialist Media says, reporting for Real Raw News, on-field journalist. Yeah, my uncle's there. Did you know that Nick Rekieta's actually dead and they've actually got a stand-in for him? The real Nick Rekieta, Trump hanged him at Guantanamo Bay. That's what my uncle told me. There's no Nick anymore. He's fake. He's there. They caught him trying to steal Dun babies from a med bed. And that's a big no-no in that world. Dr. Rondo says, Meme Copium was laughing as he read the quotes from Nick's motion. Did he? I thought Meme was making fun of me while he read my quotes. He liked them? Did Meme Copium like my quotes? Aw. I like that guy. I watch him when I'm done. He does shows at the same time I do mine because he's in like Japan or whatever. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I remember that. T-Beck says, yeah, Meme Copium's favorite was okay, addict. That was my best line. When I still have the screenshot of those texts, actually. Actually, no, I still have that text conversation. Okay. It would take me a while to find it, but it would be, we got to go into March, I believe. No, April. It would be April. Never text you about your birthday. Oh, that's something else. Oh, look at my pretty girl. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, he called me a dumb faggot. So then I said, I mean, don't tell all my secrets. As far as drinking goes, you make me look like a teetotaler. Which is true. I mean, he drank way too much. There were times where he would, like, come into the bedroom with a drink, and Kayla would look at him, and she would go, it's 10:30. And it was just, like, he wouldn't really fight back or respond. It just, there was that icy silence. I remember that one time, yeah, he came into the bedroom, and she goes, it's 10:30 in the morning. Oof. Like, Kayla had those periods of, like, having, that's what you guys don't get. The thing you guys don't understand about Kayla, and I know I'm a fucking, I can be a simp sometimes. But one thing about Kayla is that she had these moments where you were like, there's a fucking reasonable person in there who gets how fucking crazy this all is. Like, there were these glimpses of, she understands this is fucking dumb. But then she'd suck herself right back in. Like, secretly, because it wasn't my place to get in between, you know, their fights until Nick would go in there and fix her. Thanks. And you didn't need to fix Kayla. All you need to do was just kind of empathize with her and be like, I'm sorry this is happening to you and blah, blah, blah. And you kind of snap her out of it. But the thing is, like, she would look at him and go, it's 10:30 in the morning, Jesus Christ. And then he would just kind of look, you know, because it's embarrassing when someone says that to you and you have a drink in your hand. And I would, on the inside, I would be going, fuck yeah, Kay, you let him know, honey, you got him. And then she would do coke later. Yeah. McBuster says, Kayla had these periods. You could stop there. Yeah. Bigot on Socialist Media says, when I was a binge drinker, I'd at least try to wait until midday to start. So yeah. So Meme Copium liked my line where I said, where'd it go? Oh, do the world a favor and K yourself. When Nick said that, and then I wrote, okay, addict, and then blocked him. That was a pretty good one. So he liked that one. Okay. And he liked the Nick Sweetie stuff. I remember that. I was watching Meme Copium, and he said, that's a pretty Chad move by Aaron. He was like, I don't say that very often. That's the thing. Every time one of these guys I like compliments me, it's always followed by, like, Sean's like, oh, that's a pretty good move by Aaron. He is a retard, but... Thing is, if Meme Copium and I hung out, had a couple of drinks, we'd be good old pals. I'm a pretty fun hang. I'm a good time. As long as it doesn't get too gay. Sam Show says, actually, if you want to be Meme's friend, wear a skin-tight bright blue leotard with a bright yellow cape. I don't know what that means. Mo Block says, moment of clarity. Drug addicts do that. Yeah, that's true. Jaja with $9.99 said, why are we shitting on Cog? Cog can't have kids because he smokes so much and his wife is 40 and obese. Any words of encouragement? Also, I can't read that last part. Jaja, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate that. Honestly, I don't know a lot. I've talked to Cog once. I don't really know a lot, and it was mostly for the Ethan Ralph shit. I don't know much about Cog. He seems like a moderately tragic figure, and I guess I'll leave it at that. 125 away from today. Oh, my goodness. We got to throw a few thank yous out here, boys and girls. Let's do this. We've got Wild Card wanting one to Stonies, Jared wanting one to Stonies, and gift card to Cornhole Team Dumb and Dumber. I will get you an address. Okay, so let's write Dumb, Jared, and Wild Card. So we only have one more Stonies gift card for the next person who throws $20 in today. We'll go ahead. We've got one more left. So if you throw us $20, it's yours. After that, we don't have any for today. So let's call that. That would be 60 off. Oh, my God. You guys are 65 away from hammering it out today. Thank you so much for your generosity. KF Sage with $5 says, this is how you come off. Not going to lie. All right, let's check it out. Oh, the fucking Sam. No.
I go through my day pretty normal. Like, I'm a normal guy. I'm a swell guy. I'm a nice enough guy. I'm a cool kind of guy. I'm a pretty groovy guy.
Fuck you, Sage.
But then I get a little sugar in me and I start to go cuckoo. Doesn't have to be much. This time around it was two of Fiber One brownies. Only 90 calories each, but they do the job. Do you know what I'm saying? They get me going. They get me.
How about fucking early Sam? How about young Sam? Jesus Christ.
Riled up. A little cuckoo, a little wacky. Start getting me a little kooky. A little, loopy. Ooh.
That's not how I am, Sage. It's not me. Nobody watching this show right now believes that that's how I am. Right? He has mom in the background. That was very funny. $1 from Buffalo Jockey says, oh, Kayla snaps out briefly for a few seconds once a week, but then continues her garbage abusive behavior. Yep, that big dirty pig is definitely an angel you should simp for. Noob goofing. Yikes. I kind of got roasted on that one. Moblock says, don't take yourself too seriously and you'll be all right. Oh, no, you can't take yourself too seriously here. You'll get fucking eaten alive. Are you kidding? Thank you, Sage, for holding up a mirror to me and my behavior. Yeah, that's right. You know what? Meme Copium did. I apologize to Meme then. He did like some of my lines that were in there. But he also said that he showed the chicken coop or whatever, and he said it was the cuck shed and that I would live there. That hurt my feelings. Scooby Jooby Jew says, might as well start saving up for next year's party. All right, Scoob, we're going to send that out to you. That's our last Stonies gift card for today, and we are $50 away from hammering out today's goal and doing overtime. Thanks, guys. You want to knock the rest of that out? Be my guest. You've got over an hour and a half to do it. Thank you so much for your generosity. Oh, I'm sorry. 45 away. Jaja with $4.99. Let's go ahead and get to Jaja over on YouTube. Says, did you know that? Oh, God. I can read the first part, Jaja. Did you know that several of Cog's brothers have accused him of being inappropriate with a 14-year-old? No, I did not know that. That's very interesting. Perhaps I should look into it. Fair enough. Is that the last? Now, Jaja, is that the last time you're going to put me in that position? I appreciate it. Somebody sent me the live the link to Ethan Ralph's live stream outside of Candy Ojai County Jail. Should we watch that? You guys want to check that out on Rumble here? Uh-oh. Oh, he hasn't started yet. Isn't Rumble the only place Ralph can stream? And he has less than 5,000 followers? That's kind of fucked, isn't it? Like, we only have like 3,600 on Rumble, but that's like our secondary, like, broadcasting platform. Like, during our show, we've got like 4 something on Rumble, and we've got like 6 something on YouTube. We've usually got about 1,000 people cooking at a time. Okay, so Ralph, it looks like Ralph isn't on yet. I don't know when he's starting, but he's going to be live outside the courtroom. We can, you know what? We can check that out when it's time. Lord Licorice with $5 says Ralph is too scared to fight you. He won't fight unless he gets $3,000. Fat chance. I don't want. Okay, get ready to clip this one too. I don't want $1 to box Ethan Ralph. I just want to take him in the ring, show him how to fucking fight, so he doesn't get the shit beat out of himself. You know, when these people confront him on the street and they just punch him right in the mouth and take his lunch money, I want to be able to teach him how to throw a few punches so that he can fucking defend himself. I saw him windmilling last time. It was fucking embarrassing. I'm not going to go, like I said, if Ethan wants to meet me tomorrow or late tonight, I mean, it would have to be late. If Ethan wants to meet me at the gym, we'll go into the ring. I'll teach him. I'll instruct him. We'll stream it. I mean, we'll put it on there. We can split super chats or whatever. But I'm not going to go in there to beat the living shit out of Ethan Ralph. It doesn't behoove me to beat the shit out of Ethan Ralph. I don't gain anything from it. I know I could fuck Ethan Ralph up. Like, it's not. I want to teach him. I want to put him in a boxing ring. I want to teach him how to throw punches. If he doesn't want to be taught how to throw punches, I at least want to, have him move around in a ring, throw punches, get hit, figure out how to deal with that. But $3,000? No. He can do it for free. He can have my time for free. I don't want any money. I love boxing. I enjoy boxing. I want to go in there and teaching people how to box. I do that every Thursday. It's fun. I like that. So, yeah, as far as Ethan goes, as Mike Tyson once said, sign a contract, big boy. Just get in there. Just meet me at the gym. We'll go do the fucking thing. What do you say? You can swap diet tips together. McBuster says you could both dress up like French maids and have a feather duster fight. Basilica says punches will spoil your manicure. My beautiful tips. My beautiful tips. Punch, never. Good kick in the balls, says Basilica. Sam Show says, yeah, but Ralph has legal troubles. He needs the money, not learning how to punch. Oh, really? I don't want to, no offense, but I don't want to get into business with Ethan Ralph. Like, his whole persona is a put-on, insecure pro wrestling persona. He kind of reminds me of, like, Ralph is what Patrick Melton will be in the late stages. Like, Patrick Melton will be late stage Ethan Ralph eventually. Like, that's kind of where that path leads. I'm not interested in going into business with the guy. Well, number one, you can't trust him. So if I'm putting on a promotion with him and I'm selling tickets and I'm promising shit to people, I can't be guaranteed that he's going to go to Mexico and then come back and show up. I don't want to pay him $3,000 out of principle. Like, putting $3,000 in his pocket, I might as well just piss it away, But if he wants, if he wants to meet me at the gym and we'll spar and we'll stream it and he wants to keep the super chats, we could do that. Like I said, I like going into the ring and getting a workout. So if he wants, again, clip this, show it to him. If he wants to meet me at the gym tonight after the evening show or tomorrow after the morning show, I'd love to. But I don't need any money for it. He can keep the super chats. I just want to get in the ring and teach someone how to box. It's fun for me. Moblock says he's totally unreliable. Getting into business with Ethan is a good way to get put out of business. Right. That's kind of how I feel about it. Mild says Aaron and Ethan should start a divorce counseling firm together instead of boxing. Somebody says, why would you pay someone who wants you to fight him if he's asking you to fight? You should be the one getting paid. Yeah, and I don't need to get paid. I'll just go do it. Bigot on socialist media, take a while to get that stink off after getting into business with him. Yeah. Oodles of Toodles says, I think he's wanting that $1,000 a minute you offered. Oh, I mean, if he wants to go hard, if he wants to do like hard sparring and wear the smaller gloves and shit like that, he wants to do 16-ounce gloves instead of 18-ounce gloves or 14s even. Shouldn't go 12s. He can get hurt wearing 12s. Yeah, we could do the $1,000 a minute thing. I mean, once you get knocked down 3 times, though, I mean, that kind of spoils it. 1 round, 3-minute rounds. Every 60-second period he stays on his feet, $1,000. But that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to go in there and spar with him because then I run the risk of hurting him. That's when I have to get the gym owner involved, asked him, is this okay? This is what we're doing. And I have to get his permission because it's his insurance. If we go in there and we just spar, I don't have to ask anybody. I don't have to talk to anybody. I don't have to set anything up. I can give him all the super chats. And we can just go in there and do some work. He can go as hard as he wants. I can kind of, just play defense, counter a little bit, get him to feel himself in there a little. I don't know. He's a weird guy, though. He's a weird guy to nail down. Jaja with $4.99 says, Michael Alberto could get Cog's wife pregnant if she had eggs and wasn't 40. This Jaja person is really anti-Cog. That's for sure. Sam Show says, I just want to see you slap him in the gunt. That's a popular need from people. All right, guys, we are only, what are we at? 40 away from knocking out today and doing overtime. Thank you very much. They're saying it'll make the coolest sound ever if you slap him in the gunt. You and I have different definitions of cool, my friend. All right, 8:30. I'm ready to move on. I'm ready for us to be done with this portion of the show. Unless old Ethan is live, I think we can be done with this portion of the show. He's not going to do a 2-hour pregame show, is he? No, it doesn't look like it. He's not live yet. How long do you think he's going to go? Ralph said he was going to start streaming early. 2 hours would be a good chunk to fill outside the courthouse. Honestly, I think if he starts streaming outside the courthouse now, no offense to Ethan, I think he'll be kicked out he'll be kicked off the premises by the time the trial starts. Because people are going to go in and they're going to be like, you've got some asshole out there with a phone just screaming at people. And if you start doing that honestly, I think even if he does an hour, he's going to get kicked out. Maybe a quick 10, 15-minute thing, and then they come out and they'll ask him, could you shut that off, please? And then he'll shut it off and go inside. But yeah, if you go off on this for, 2 hours, an hour and a half even, you're going to get, you're going to get thrown out of that place for sure. All right, we'll keep that up. We'll keep an eye on it as the day goes on. Okay, let's go into some DNC stuff. The Democratic National Convention. I love this clip because this is what Johnny and I have been talking about, or I think maybe Matt and I have been talking about this. The Democratic projection onto Donald Trump. The Democrats taking the stuff they do and just throwing it to Donald Trump. And for example, when they say things like Donald Trump is vindictive and he's corrupt and Donald Trump does favors. I saw AOC there was a clip of AOC and she goes, Donald Trump would sell this country for $1. And I'm like, really? Isn't this the guy who wouldn't take a salary while he was president and lost a bunch of his net worth because he took 4 years off from running his businesses to be president of the United States? And, isn't Joe Biden the guy who took Burisma bribes from Ukraine and then gave them hundreds of billions of dollars? Isn't Joe Biden the guy who, took a shitload of money from the Chinese and then turned a blind eye to what was happening to the Uyghurs there and letting China run roughshod in Asia and the South Pacific. Like, you sit here and you accuse Trump of this stuff. And then we look at what you're doing and you're like, are you sure you're not accusing him of that just simply because you do it? You're just assuming everybody does? Because I don't think, Donald Trump has his problems. There's no doubt about it. Donald Trump is a blowhard and all that stuff. But I really do think Donald Trump actually gives a shit. He's a competitive businessman. He wants the business he's in and that he's running to be the best one. So when he's in charge of America, I do believe he wants it to be the best. He has that competitive Daniel Plainview streak in him where he's like, I have a competition in me. I want no one to succeed but myself. So when Donald Trump's president, he wants to be the president, the best one there's ever been. So when it comes to this, the Democrats going like, he'd sell the country for $1. It's like, no, you'd sell the country for $1. So you're trying to tell people that this guy's just as shitty as you. Let's watch this. I think this was a woman at the Democratic National Convention. Oh, yeah, it's AIDS Chrissy Mayer. She got up there and she said, you know what this Trump's going to do? And you guys are going to laugh at this. You know what this Donald Trump guy's going to do? You aren't going to believe this. When he gets into office, Donald Trump is going to prosecute. Donald Trump is going to prosecute his political opponents. You just look around and you're like, anyone else want to tell her? Or, like, lady, excuse me for a moment. You do understand that the current president has just been throwing felony charge after felony charge after felony charge at his political opponent. Like, they're trying to throw this guy in prison. We are aware of this, correct? Oh, hold on. Let's, oh, shit. I didn't get the name on this one because I'm not hooked up to the system. Let's get hooked up here and let's take this call. Then we'll play this clip. There we go. Let's get him all hooked up here and bring him aboard. There we go. Go ahead, caller. You're on the air.
Hey, Tyrone from Cell Block 6. How you doing, my brother?
Is this OJ?
No, this is Tyrone. You with Sully.
Oh, Tyrone. I'm sorry, Tyrone. OJ calls into the show from time to time. I know you don't listen because we just met, but yeah, OJ Simpson calls in sometimes, and he sounds just like you.
That's strange. I guess you're going to say we all look alike next.
I'm just saying that sometimes, I'm not saying this about you, Tyrone. I'm just saying some people who are remarkably racist use the same voice for one race.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, I'm calling on the cell phone you smuggled in your prison person. That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I was. Yeah, I'm glad to do favors. As long as I get paid back.
Oh, we paid you in spades. Anyway, I was calling to let you know that, your audition for that role from Designing Women, you got the part.
Oh.
So when you come back, you can be a star.
Well, here's the thing, Tyrone. I appreciate it, and I'm glad for my brief amount of time I was at the courthouse yesterday. You boys on the inside let me audition for your play, and I'm glad I got the part, but I don't plan on coming back.
Oh, keep sending revenge porn. We'll see you soon.
All right, bye, buddy. See you, Tyrone. Oh, what a cunt. Tyrone calls in, and he's just an asshole. All right, let's go ahead and check out this clip from the Democratic National Convention.
But what it means is that under Project 2025, Donald Trump would be able to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents. He could even turn the FBI into his own personal police force.
What? No way! You're kidding! Donald Trump could use the Department of Justice to go after his political opponents? You mean like try to convict him of 34 felonies and try to have them thrown in prison so they can't run against them? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, okay. So, wait a minute. You're saying that, okay, what was the other thing she said? She could use the FBI, or he could use the FBI as his own personal police force. You mean like creating fake dossiers and creating fake accusations and then trying to prosecute him on those only to find later that they're not true. Like shit like that, right? Yeah. I bet. Yeah, that would be scary and terrible if somebody did that. That would be evil. So, like, he could weaponize the FBI, the same FBI that tried to murder him about a month ago. That FBI, Trump's going to use the FBI that was totally fine and didn't do their job to make sure he didn't get shot in the head and probably totally set him up to get shot in the head. Yeah, Donald Trump, that would be funny. Yeah, thank you, Chevrolet JB. If Donald Trump gets elected, he could have the Secret Service shoot you. Like, are you sure you're not just talking about the things you've already done to this guy? No. Why would we do that? Basilica says Project 2025 again. Isn't that just some internet bullshit? It's just a fancy marketing word that they used for like some conservative shit they want done. It's a catch-all, and they're like, oh, they've painted Project 2025 as like, they're going to take away black people's right to vote, and they're going to take away women's right to vote. Now, I know some people in this audience are going, stop digging, you've struck oil. But I will say this. The Project 2025 thing, I've looked at it. It kind of reminds me of Newt Gingrich's contract with America. Like, it's just shit conservatives want to do. It's not a secret. It's not something they've been hiding. They just kind of all put it into one kind of set of ideas, and it's called Project 2025. That's it. They make it sound ominous. Mild with $5. Thank you, Mild. He says, thank you for the entertainment on my drive back from Minnesota. If I lived there, I'd do coke too. Look, man, you came during the summer months. When it gets, it's good you didn't come here during winter. It can get very depressing. Thank you very much to producer ISO with $1.99. Says CP is child playtime. Grow up. Jesus, producer ISO, you've got to fucking calm down, buddy. Jaja with $9.99. Cog said he slept with 16-year-old girls into his mid-20s. Would you have Smex with Cog's wife, who is 40, eggless, and brown? If you get her pregnant, we can say for certain it is Cog's fault. No, I won't, Jaja. Can you look into the camera and deliver a message to Cog? Jaja, I can't. Here's all I can say from your quote. Leave Dan's daughter alone. The other thing I probably can't say. Oh, man. Thank you very much. $25 away from knocking out today and doing overtime. Thank you, Mild. Thank you, Jaja. I appreciate it. Oh, you fucking weirdos keep me on my toes. $25 away from hammering out today. Yeah, this whole Coltrane says Project 2025 has been in the works for decades before Trump was even a thing. He even said he didn't like some stuff in it. Heritage Foundation put out Project 2025 and said, and Trump said some of it was okay and some of it was nuts and none of it has to do with him. Yeah. It's literally just like if conservatives were to jack off, the cum that shot out would be Project 2025. And Trump just wasn't drinking all the cum. That's all. You know why people come to this show for political analysis? Because I have a way of explaining things so that they can understand them. So like now, if your family members, if you go hang out with your family and they say things like, hey, man, do you know anything about Project 2025? You can tell them, you can be like, yeah. So like imagine if Republicans were jizzing, Trump wouldn't drink it all. And then all your family members would go, wow, you're really smart about politics. And then you write to me the next day on the show and you go, thank you, Aaron. That helped a lot. Sam Show says, what's with you and drinking cum? I know I should probably find different analogies. It probably shouldn't do the whole drinking cum thing that often. Elza Belza says, that's not getting clipped and put out of context. No, I don't think so at all. I don't think that this audience would do that to me. By the way, we are down just under 1,000. So leaving, going away from the Super Bowl and the omnibussing. When we stopped omnibussing, we lost about 250 or so. Thank you, guys. But we peaked out in the 12 or 1300s today, man. That is awesome. Thank you very much. We hope you guys subscribed while you came in and you checked out the show. We are going to check out Ethan Ralph's stream as soon as that starts outside the courthouse. But until then, we'll get into some of the other stuff. And by the way, thank you guys so much for your support today. We are only $25 away from knocking out today's goal and extending our streak to 22 shows. I can't thank you guys enough for the support. Okay, let's do this Ocasio-Cortez thing, and then we'll move on to some other news. Let's get all our DNC ducks in a row. This is another kind of form of Democratic projection against Donald Trump, is this idea that he's going to sell the country down the river. First off, name me a fucking president who hasn't. George W. Bush and Halliburton. Done. Barack Obama, Raytheon, and Boeing. Bill Clinton, Goldman Sachs, all the big banks, JP Morgan, all that. Before that, HW for a little bit was the military-industrial complex, but then he told them no on invading Iraq, and they kicked his ass the fuck out of there. Reagan, again, military-industrial complex. He spent a fuckload of money. You notice all the presidents who don't play ball with the special interests, they get one term. Or if you get 2 terms and then you don't play ball, they kick you the fuck out, like Nixon. Nixon was the most popular president ever. People hate hearing that. But like when you win all but one state, when you have the landslide that he had in 1972, when you get over 60% of the people of this country to vote for you, you're the most popular president of all time. And for me, with Nixon, I mean, the fact that that's not seen as a complete coup led by the fucking deep state is insane to me. The way Nixon is taught in schools is so wrong. I had to wait until I was an adult to find out that the Watergate burglars were all CIA affiliated. It wasn't until a year or so ago that I knew that Bob Woodward worked in naval intelligence. And then his first newspaper job was the Washington Post covering Richard Nixon, and that his source for Watergate was the deputy FBI director. If it's not a fucking set up hit job on the most popular president of all time, because the CIA, the FBI, the military industrial complex, the banks, they can't control Nixon. They have no power over him. 2/3 of the country fucking loves the guy. He can do whatever he wants. And you can't blow his head off because you just did that to the last guy 10 years ago. So you can't just go blowing presidents' heads off every time they don't cooperate. So they did a soft kill on Nixon. They destroyed his character. They made the American people hate him. I mean, for fuck's sake, he got you out of Vietnam. The Cambodia shit was rough, but like he got you out of Vietnam. He had some liberal policies. He had some conservative policies. Like the guy, you can hate him if you want to, but like the guy was clearly set up. Coltrane with $1 says Aaron loves cum like Tim Walz, as if Democratic think tanks don't have crazy plans for the long term, except they are enacting them currently. That's just it. Like when Republicans have crazy fucking ideas, they get made fun of and they don't happen, even if the ideas are good. Democrats have crazy fucking ideas and then they do them. That's the difference. Coltrane with $1 says if RFK does it, it's over for the Dems. What is this? Nicole Shanahan says RFK Jr. campaign considering joining forces with Trump. Yeah, that would do it. RFK is considering dropping his bid and joining forces with President Trump, according to his running mate. Well, we know that he's been shopping for a cabinet position. And I don't know what cabinet position he wants, but if Trump could get the RFK Jr. people, which there aren't a lot of them, it's probably somewhere between 3 and 7%. But the election's close enough where that would push Trump over the edge. He'd win, and he'd win comfortably. So I think when it comes to RFK Jr., he could play kingmaker here. Dude, I'd fucking give RFK Jr. I know he's a nut. I know he's crazy, but you can control him. Give him a cabinet position, get his endorsement, win the election. Boom, over. Although I would wait a little longer. I would wait until like October when it's later so that doesn't wear off. But RFK offered that to Kamala, says Sam Show. He's just being a whore. Yes, exactly. He's being a Kennedy. The Kennedys are dirty. They always have been dirty. That's RFK Jr. is, it's a family tradition. Let's play this Ocasio-Cortez clip. And then we got a bunch more stuff to talk about today. Only $25 away from today's goal. Thank you guys so much for all of your support in keeping this show thriving. It means a lot to me. Let's watch AOC. I'm the only guy who might be a little right-leaning. Maybe not the only one, but I might be one of the only guys who's a little right-leaning that can admit I'm attracted to AOC. I think she's sexy. I would with this AOC. I don't really care about a woman's politics. Like, if you're going to meet and you're going to hook up and you don't know what's going to happen long term, like there's no plans to like be in a relationship, who gives a fuck who they vote for? Maybe once you get into a relationship, the politics thing might matter. But even then, that only matters depending on how passionate you guys are about it. Like, I don't value what I think that much. So if I was like, if I was like, yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump, and they were like, oh, you love Trump? I'd be like, not really. With the choices I've been given, he's the least shitty option. I wish I had someone I liked more, but I'll go with this guy. And if that was my take and they were like, oh, so you're not like passionately, well, I'd be like, no. And they were like, oh, okay, that's cool. Well, I vote Democrat usually. I'd be like, I don't give a shit. That's fine. Like, I don't think it would bother me. It would be more if it upset the other person, then that would annoy the fuck out of me, and then it wouldn't work. But then again, it clearly would annoy the fuck out of them too, so that's a lose-lose. Let's go ahead and watch AOC, who I think is gorgeous, and I totally would. Let's see what she has to say about Donald Trump.
And Chicago, we have to help her win. Because we know that Donald Trump would sell this country for $1 if it meant lining his own pockets and greasing the palms of his Wall Street friends.
Wait. Hold on. Did a Democrat just accuse Donald Trump of greasing the skids for their Wall Street friends? You insider trading motherfuckers. And I mean that Democrats and Republicans would sell this country for $1. Bitch, look up Burisma. Hey, if Trump sold this country and he only got $1, that would be a lot less selfish. Biden sold this country down the river for, I don't know, what was it, fucking tens of millions of dollars that he got in the Burisma deal from old Hunter working the angles for him. Like I said, man, this fucking projection is maddening because people buy this shit. People buy what she's selling. They're like, yeah, Trump would sell this country down the river for $1. Yeah. And Joe Biden would sell it down the river for, 20, 30 million. Oh, and not only that, he would get Ukrainian women and children killed. And he would send our weapons over there to bomb Russians. And he'd send some of that money over to Israel as well so that they could bomb civilians. Donald Trump, the one president in decades that we've had that didn't start a new war, and all of a sudden he's supposed to be the sell the country down the river guy. If that works on people, we're too fucking stupid to pick a decent leader.
And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
I'll tell you this, she's gotten better at speaking, and she's a really good communist. I mean that as a compliment. She's a really good communist, meaning like she does that, yeah, the labor, and we're going to lift the boots of the 1% off. Like, she's got the Bernie shtick down. I kind of come to hate this idea that unions are somehow innocent in this country. Unions are almost just as big of a big corporation as the corporations they're fighting against. I mean, a lot of unions use their muscle to get political favors. A lot of unions protect shitty workers. You know, a lot of unions, the top lines their pockets, and the people on down the line get a little bit less. I mean, the people who run the unions are not that much different from the CEOs of these corporations you claim to hate. But let's continue on. She is again. I think she's becoming a better speaker. That guy's gay, dude.
Truth is, Don, you cannot love this country if you only fight for the wealthy and big business.
I can't love this country and only fight for the wealthy and big business. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm not wealthy, and I'm not big business. And Trump seemed to do a pretty good job by me. I mean, I seem to be doing all right. Maybe I'm just a schmuck. I don't know. Maybe I just don't get it. Or maybe I'm secretly a 1%er and people have been hiding my money from me. I don't know. But I seem to remember doing all right during the Trump years, and these years have been much leaner than the Trump years.
To love this country is to fight for its people. All people.
Have you seen these fucking people? I mean, a lot of them need a fucking harness. So thank you, AOC. But I mean, if we're talking about fighting for people, there's a lot of people that you're talking about, Alexandria, that get a lot of free shit. You talk about handouts for corporations. I mean, if you're at the way top or the way bottom, they'll take care of you. They'll get you your fucking money that you don't deserve. But if you're anyone caught in the middle, the Democrats don't want to hear about you. They don't want to see you. You are a cog in the tax-paying machine. Jaya, I don't want more super chats just because I said the word cog. But you are just a piece. You are but a bit player in the game that they're playing. They need your tax money to fund what you're doing. That's why Democrats don't like stay-at-home moms at all. Democrats don't like stay-at-home moms because they don't contribute to the tax base that allows them to spend more fucking money on horse shit that lines their friends' pockets. You know, like their friends on Wall Street.
Working people, everyday Americans like bartenders and factory workers and fast food cashiers.
Really? Is that who we're... I mean, bartenders and fast food cashiers. What was the other one? Factory workers, I get. They're producing shit. But, like, fast food cashiers? Are they supposed to be living in mansions? Bartenders? Okay. I mean, that gig work. Okay.
Who punch a clock and are on their feet all day in some of the toughest jobs out there.
A bartender? Can I get a rum and coke? It reminds me of John C. McGinley in Scrubs. Bring. Hi, Dan. The rum and coke situation could not be more confused. Could you? I fucking bartend at my house when friends are over. And unlike a lot of the bartenders in the shitty little bars I go to around here, I can make a fucking old fashioned. Sorry, I'm bitter.
Ever since I got elected, Republicans
have been secretly jerking off and then claiming they hate me.
Attacked me by saying that I should go back to bartending.
Well, yeah, because you're a communist and the things you believe are dangerous to the existence of our country. I mean, if you went back to bartending, that would be nice.
But let me tell you, I'm happy to any day of the week because there is nothing wrong with working for a living.
But you'd much rather be in Congress where you can commit insider trading and make a lot of supplemental income. Okay. Well, there's nothing wrong with bartending. Fine. Okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Bartending is totally cool. But you ain't going back to it. Okay. I always love that when rich people start talking about like, I bust tables for a living and there's nothing wrong with busting tables. That's elite speak for, yeah, the job I do, that's not for you. You go be a fucking pleb. No, this is for me. Ralph is live, says Lord Licorice for $2. Thank you, buddy. We'll go check that out. Jaja with $4.99 says, Aaron, if you had to blame one person for the lack of children, would it be Cog, who smokes all day, or his wife, who is 40, eggless, and brown? Pick one. Fine, I'll pick Cog in your in your hypothetical situation. Thank you, Jaja. You've entertained me greatly. Let's go ahead and make sure we're all caught up with everyone. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I don't care private sector unions one way or the other, although public sector unions are massively detrimental to this country, from law enforcement to public education. Could not agree more. Private sector unions, if you fund your own shit, you handle your own business, I don't care. Public sector unions, they take my money. I don't get to negotiate. It's fucking wrong. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, AOC gives off crazy ex-girlfriend vibes. She's a beautiful gal. She's a beautiful gal. Labglass says, factory worker here. I had it really good during the Trump years compared to now. Landers says, Democrats are completely tone deaf about the economy. That's what is going to cost them the election. That being said, I 100% believe they will certify Trump's landslide win. Sam Show says, isn't like 90% of her identity the fact that she could mix a drink? That's all she would do on live streams for years. And when you're that pretty, do the drinks need to be that good? I ask you. Basilica says they get free drinks every time they go to work. If that's the hardest job out there, what the fuck am I doing working 12-hour shifts caring for Alzheimer's patients? Well, if you don't remember, maybe you're one of the Alzheimer's patients. Was a fucking bad joke. You know what? Scratch that joke. Delete that part of the show. God, I thought that was going to be good. And then it just came out of my mouth and I went, ugh, terrible. You suck. You know everybody's right about you? You're gay. SC Motorsports says, Aaron, did you see John Randall at the DNC? I might have to burn his jersey now. Like I said, I don't care that much about politics to not like somebody because their politics just... If every time I didn't agree with somebody I likes politics, I didn't watch their stuff, I wouldn't be able to watch movies anymore. Lander says, oops, I meant they will not certify Trump's win. Okay. That makes sense. Somebody says, look at me, a wealthy politician telling people we need to fight against people like me. Oh, no, dude. They don't mean them. They mean other people with money. Dive Bar says, I don't see it, dude. Personally, I even think April was better looking. I don't know. AOC's pretty cute to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting less white and more into Latinas in my old age. Maybe that's just my preference. I like maybe I just like some flavor now. Who knows? Cue everybody in the chat. Race trading motherfucker. Yeah, Bigot on Socialist Media says, I'll pretend you didn't say it. All right, you guys want to check this out? Ethan Ralph is apparently live. Should we see some of this? $20 away from knocking it out today. Jaja with $1.99 says, why do you hate Cog so much? I would ask you that question. You don't ask me that question. All right, let's see. Is old Ethan at the courthouse? Let me hit refresh. Oh, I haven't watched anything on Rumble for a long time. There's ads now? What the fuck? Here we go.
And also the chat is sideways because it started. Man, just give me a sec.
We're having technical issues. April is going to run into those Ralpha male arms. It's fucked up. From the river to the sea, Nick Recato will be free. Well, this isn't starting off very well.
And also the chat is sideways because it started. Man, just...
Oh, so his shit is all fucked up. Yeah, it keeps repeating. Uh-oh.
I saw several of you sent in power chats.
Oh, here we go.
Don't worry about them getting read. I'll read them all. Hello, sir. How you doing? What's up? Nothing much. Just internet BS.
Why is this shit so fucking choppy?
So, I didn't mean to show that, by the way, but...
Did he just show somebody's license plate? Dude, could we not? God damn. So he's outside the courthouse just walking around with a phone.
Yeah, if you still send power chats, I'll read them out. I'm going to have a kill stream tonight, so if you feel like supporting this groundbreaking journalism, feel free. I don't know why they're not popping on screen because I have it all set up, but, you know. Oh, you know what? I know why. Give me a sec.
This is really fucking hard to watch. Like, this, he's just pointing, the phone is just pointing straight down at the fucking sidewalk. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I'm going to have to tap out on this if it's just going to be like this the whole time. All right, well, that was fun while it lasted. We'll check in with Ethan Ralph a little bit later. Probably thinks the camera is looking at him and not the sidewalk. Yeah, what is this video? What's my pavement? Yeah. He seems to be the one who is afraid to record in public. Brittany Boo says, oh my God, is it court day? Yes. It is court day. It is the omnibus hearing today. It takes place in about an hour, little less than an hour and a half from now. It takes place. Personally, what do I think is going to happen? One of two things. Either the county's going to ask for a continuance because Nick just got his motions to get rid of the search warrant and all that. He got that in on Sunday. So either they haven't had enough time to take a look at it and argue it, and they're going to need a little more time, or they kind of anticipated this because this is a pretty normal move. It's kind of the Hail Mary pass, so you don't have to go to trial. And they're just going to argue it today, and they're going to fucking destroy it. That's one of two things. I am fascinated by option 3, which is definitely everything gets thrown out, Nick gets his way, and if he has any fucking balls at all, if his Hail Mary gets caught, if this is the Staubach to Pearson, by the way, Nick, that's a football reference, historic play. It's Roger Staubach said a Hail Mary and then threw the ball up, and Pearson pushed the Viking out of the way. He's a fucking cheater. Caught the ball, went in for the touchdown. They win the playoff game. That's a sports reference. It's guy shit. Don't worry about it. If he gets his way, he's got to just do coke on screen and just drink and get fucked up and just own the whole world and celebrate in front of everybody. Now, if he loses, if he loses today, and we find out more information about this case, I do not rule out a record-breaking seethe stream from Nick. Him going live and just, yeah, because Nick does not like not having control of the information that gets out. So if Nick loses, which it kind of looks like he'll lose today if it's not continued, he is going to have to go live, and he is going to have to tell everybody, who you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? You know? Oh, the court's out to get me. Oh, I feel like if he loses today and he doesn't take a plea deal, he's going to go full-blown conspiracy. Nick's tether to reality is taut right now. It is you could flick it and it could snap in half. This could set him over the edge today. I would be very interested to hear what he has to say if he loses. Does he blame his lawyer? Does he blame the cops? Does he blame the judge? This judge that he's got now, this Wenzel guy, he is not to be fucked with. When it comes to drugs, this guy is a hard ass. So you might not want to go and be going on stream and telling this judge that he's an asshole or he's a piece of shit or he's got liquor coming from his pussy or whatever the fuck he said last time. Nick has a bad history with losing cases and then flying off the fucking handle. The last time he lost something, which was the Monograph appeal, Kayla texted me that day and said, everyone is low. This is the worst anyone's ever been. It's awful. Nick and I got in a terrible fight. You were right. None of this could work. This has destroyed us all, blah, blah, blah. And 3 days later, they all got arrested, 3 or 4 days later. So and then that night, of course, was the Coke stream. So Nick does not handle these defeats well. Nick creates his own realities. And then he starts believing them. And then he tells other people about them. And he gets worked up about these realities that he's created. And then when he gets confronted with the truth from someone else, he does not handle it in a healthy fashion and he implodes. And he usually implodes in public because, as with any narcissist, he cannot let other people just say what they want and let it fucking go and focus on what's important. Like for me, for example, he has to respond to everyone on Twitter who thinks he's a piece of shit. He's got to read Kiwi Farms and stream about what assholes they are. You know what I've done on Twitter? If we don't follow each other, I don't get you in my notifications. Why? People are allowed to talk shit about me on Twitter and make up whatever they want. I'm not going to read it. I don't want to read it. I think it's healthier to be that way. Nick, I have to correct the record. I have to tell these people what it is. It's a control issue that he has. Like the Drexel thing. He brought it up on stream not too long ago. They're like, hey, are you and Drexel still cool? Can he come on the stream? And Nick's like, Drexel can come back on the stream when he stops being retarded. He thinks, and by the way, that's a good way to get people back in your good graces. This is sad to say because Nick's about 5 years older than I am. Nick reminds me of me in like my late 20s, early 30s. Unfortunately, like he's Arrested Development. And like his inability to cope with the truth when it hits him in the face because he's created this reality for himself. He needs people to come back and listen to him. No, don't listen to the outside world. Don't listen to those people. Don't listen to that court. Don't listen to that judge. Come back in here. Let me tell you what's going on, even if it's a lie. So if today goes poorly for him, there's 2 directions he can go. The path to humility, and he'll take a plea, and he'll make this thing done. He'll make it go away. Or he's going to be on fire like he was after the Monograph thing, and he is going to melt the fuck down. I would say unplug the computers, turn off the cell phones, let it go, spend time with your children. If your children are at your house, spend time with your kids if today doesn't go well. Entertain yourself, do something fun. Go to that fun park that you have in town there with the water slides and shit and the bumper cars. Go do something cool with your kids if you lose today. But do not spend your time on the fucking internet seething at people and trying to convince people that what they read about today didn't really happen. Because you've been doing that since the day you've got arrested, and it's always been a lie. I'm not really sure how today's going to go, and I'm not sure how he's going to handle it. But judging by how he's handled public defeats before, I hope he's grown since the Monograph thing. That's all. This seems like the best outcome, says Bigot on Socialist Media. I want this retard to have a breakdown on a stream. Landers says Nick can't be humbled. As soon as he is cut free, he is taking the cult and hitting the road. I do think that if he ends up getting out of this, he'll move. The problem is if he pleads guilty and has probation, he might not be allowed to move. Nick's going to have his cult Sharon Tate someone. I don't think so. Bigot on Socialist Media says he's probably looking at Kiwi Farms right now. Landers says Nick gave his children drugs. Dude is logged out years ago. We don't know if he gave his children drugs. But one of his children tested positive for an egregious amount of cocaine. Moblock says he still hasn't paid up the $300 to $400 he owes Monograph. Now, that wasn't a judgment, right? That was just like literally he owes Monograph $300 for something. And like the lawsuit continues, right, Mo Block? Because I don't understand that shit. I'm a dumb guy. But as I understand it, he owes Monograph $300 plus the lawsuit carries on, and he could owe more. Am I right or wrong? I'll give Mo Block time to answer that in the chat. Bridget Von Hammerdiff with $2 says, will Nick self-edit if he loses this? You mean self-delete? No. He loves himself too much. He will try to convince everyone that what they've heard is wrong and he knows the full story and he'll tell it when he can and all that. He will be a victim. If he loses today, he will be a victim. If his motions get shut down, it will be a government conspiracy, all of that stuff. Jaja with $4.99 says the one who should be on trial is Cog for blah, 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 blah. Sorry, Jaja. According to two brothers and his sister-in-law. $15 away from winning today and doing 30 minutes of overtime. Thank you guys very much for your contributions and your support. Dive Bar says, people call other people PDFs all day long. Why is Monograph the only one that can get anything done about it? Boy, I don't know. I'm not sure. Some people don't want to go through the process of a civil case. It takes a shitload of time. It's fucking crazy. Carlos Cameo says, will someone actually buy the $800,000 Rekieta house with all of its bullshit if he does move? I mean, if they can get it cleaned up, it would need new carpets. I mean, those carpets are wrecked. They're destroyed. But if you can get it cleaned up, yeah, I think it could be fine. It's still, I mean, they haven't wrecked that house yet. Yeah, the other house they kind of wrecked. This house they haven't wrecked, though. Like, it just got really messy and shitty. Like, you can put new floors in. You can put new carpets in. That's not the biggest deal in the world. But, like, you can still spit shine the big house that they live in and make that one good. Nana's Clams, April goes full Squeaky Fromm and tries to... No, I don't think April's going to pull a Squeaky. Landers says, LOL, it's like watching a car wreck you can't turn away. Right. Accidental OD or choke on vomit in his sleep, maybe, says Bigot on socialist media. We don't hear much about his narcolepsy anymore, do we, now that he can't take cocaine? Those weren't cocaine crashes that caused him to sleep forever. It was narcolepsy, remember. Oh, boy. Clapogram says, say hello to Win by 2 Sniper. Hey, John, when are we doing that fight? I kept saying August 24th. You never got back to me on the August 24th thing. You wanted to do a fight. You wanted to do a boxing match. Somebody told me you said October. Get back to me. Email me. Let me know. I mean, I'd love to take you in there and show you some things. I'll carry you for a few rounds, kid. You're going to get gassed, though. That's the problem. Like, once you get gassed, I could just sit there like this, and it's still going to fuck you up a little because you're so tired. But I'm hoping I can carry you to the third. We can do like 4 3-minute rounds, and you'll be exhausted by the second, but you'll learn something. You'll be a better man for it, and I'll give you a lot of credit for trying something that's not easy. So you let me know when you can do that. Someone tell John he owes Aaron a few rounds. He's a pussy. Why does he owe me a few rounds? Did I win a bet I didn't know I was in? Death Beholden says, how long can you last on the speed bag, Aaron? Don't lie. I mean, you can go on the speed bag as long as you want. It's not a particularly exhausting exercise. But the speed bag, I usually do like 3-minute rounds on the speed bag. Like you do 3-minute rounds, 30-second rest, get back on. Speed bag doesn't do much for you, though. It's good for hand-eye coordination. It's kind of good for hand speed, but it's kind of the problem is the movies have made the speed bag this cool thing. Speed bag's kind of a warm-up, you know? Speed bag isn't really much. Yeah, Death Beholden says it's good for rhythm. That's about it. Bigot on socialist media says John owes you a few rounds in the ring. Oh, okay. Get Keanu in the ring. John would have a better chance against Keanu than me. That might be a fight more people are interested. Chevy fan says, ask John why I scared his co-host away, Alex, a year ago. I will do that. I will ask. I'll ask him for you. Buffalo Jockey says, you being 45 years old, don't you think it's time to stop challenging people on the internet to fights? I'm not. They challenge me to fights. I enjoy the sport, so I'll always do it. Bearded Trucker with $2 says, I'm delivering across the street. He's here alone. Who's here alone? Nick's here alone or Ralph is there alone? Oh, Nick doesn't have his girls with him? Uh-oh. No, they probably don't want to be. They know how public of a thing is. They don't want to be seen together. They get so much shit for that. I understand it. I don't think that should fuel like any rumors or anything like that. All right, let's see. Oh, Ralph is smart. He's on the sidewalk. Ralph isn't like at the courthouse. That's actually a pretty smart move. All right. And by the way, I did realize that. Yeah, somebody called me 45 years old. That's a dick move. By the way, we're just a little over 1,000 people watching. Ralph's got 699. Ooh, nice. Ethan's actually at the courthouse and we're beating him. That's cool. Let's go ahead and check out and see what he's doing. Oh, no, he is in front of the courthouse. He's just on the sidewalk. Let's see.
Still toes afraid? Yeah, I know. It's sad. He wants me to come to his gym for free.
Why not?
And spar with him. It's like, dude, I want to fight you for real for money. Like, what the
Ethan, you can fight for real. You can go as hard as you want, bro. I just know that if I go as hard as I want, you're going to get hurt. I don't want to hurt you. The point of getting in the ring with people is not to hurt them. It's to teach them. That music is going to annoy the fuck out of me. I can't hang in there and watch him just spin around in circles with the Law and Order music playing.
Represented by two separate and equally important groups.
I'm going to be in the courtroom, so it doesn't really matter. Plus, I can tell who's a Kiwi farmer and who's not.
Oh, shit. You hear that, You hear that, farmers? He's got the magic eye, this Ethan Ralph. He can spot a Kiwi farmer from a mile away. You guys thought that you were safe from the Ralpha mail. Get fucked.
Finally ended.
Hugh_Jasshole sent $1 on Rumble. Go to the site of St. George Floyd's Ascension and stream it while you're there.
Yeah, somebody told me to do that, actually.
April and Chrissy already did it. You'd be ripping them off.
Ralph, thank you for standing up for white justice in Kirby Puckett State.
You're welcome. I would never do anything else.
Anonymous sent $10.
Oh, that's nice. I think the Kirby Puckett joke is a reference to Ethan Ralph and his custody problems because Kirby had a lot of kids. It's fucking mean, dude.
Yeah, I'll probably go in at 9:30.
Oh, now we've got People's Court music playing.
Yeah, that's fine. Take shots at me because I'm taking shots at all of you. This guy right here is a Kiwi farmer. You can tell. He's got his phone out already. What's up, brother?
It's not a Kiwi farmer. That's a fucking Wilmer kid on a skateboard. Wait a minute. You think, yeah, go in Ralph's chat and tell him. Aaron says, come on in. You can fight as hard as you'd like. Let him know. Let Ralph know. Come to the gym. Let's fucking do the thing.
Too normal looking to be a Kiwi farmer, I think.
Is he really just out there paranoid that everyone's a Kiwi farmer? Jesus Christ, Ethan.
Cut at a Kiwi farmer.
I'm sorry, guys. This is just kind of boring. Like, he's just walking around filming the grass and pointing out who's a Kiwi farmer and who's not. This is just... It's kind of boring.
This guy, though, I don't know.
So he's just standing outside filming people in their trucks. Probably some guy who's in there to go into the courthouse for some reason. I wonder if he's a Kiwi farmer. Why? Jesus Christ, dude.
They're just giving more promos to my stream. Like, what are they even doing?
Aaron says, stop being a little gay F-wordy bitch. Just go to the gym and spar. Right. Fight Aaron today or you're a bitch-ass N. Ah, there we go. April's missing orgasm.
James Gardner, what's up, brother? We're on location today.
Guys, get in there and let Ethan know that he doesn't need a bunch of money. Just get in there and be a man, and I'll teach him some things.
9:22. All right, we got 8 minutes.
Ethan, Ralph, Aaron's coming for you right now. He's going to choke slam you.
She's looking back. You know.
All right, this is hot. I'm gonna skip off of this. He's going in 7 minutes, he said? Okay. So he's just pacing back and forth while he's just looking at people and going, I wonder if that's a Kiwi farmer. Is that a Kiwi farmer? I don't know if that's a Kiwi farmer. Who gives a shit? Does this mean April is going to, or Keanu is going to do an OnlyFans with April? I don't know. Everybody's going to need money here by the time this thing's over. Bigot on Socialist Media says Aaron was just trying to take it easy on him. He wants you to stomp a mud hole and walk it dry. Buffalo Jockey says, I'm sorry if I got your age wrong. Are you younger or older than 45? I'm assuming older. I was trying to be nice and not ageist. You cunt. I'm 37 and I look gorgeous. How fucking dare you? Imagine, Carlos Cameo says, imagine living in Wilmer and just watching this bullshit in real time. Right? Someone should drive by Ralph and throw jizz on him. Jesus, that's a little hardcore. Yep, this is a Ralph stream. Got to sit through hours of shit until something happens. Really? That's what he does? Just sits around looking at the grass, just going, yep. I'm going to the courthouse soon. I reckon I'll watch the Ricada omnibus hearing. Should I go fight Aaron? Not unless I get $3,000. That's a Ralph. That's just the whole thing. SC Motorsports says his lumbering walk is a concern. It certainly is. You don't try to reason with Ralph. You shit talk to him. He can't help himself. That's true. Nana's Clam says, go back. You didn't even give the guy's stream a chance. It was about to get good. I don't think so. Sam Show says, watch a Kino clip on Ethan sometime. They'll tell you about how much they have to cut out and the sort of slog it is. I will. I'll check it out. I like the Kino Casino guys. Even if Ashton does think I'm a disgusting, filthy cuck degenerate. Look, it's my job to prove him otherwise. Carlos Cameo says, if I saw Ethan Ralph outside my window filming for no reason, I'm moving. Well, nobody knows in Minnesota who the fuck Ethan Ralph is, so there is that. Brittany Boo says, yes, it's annoying. I tried joining his show once and had to leave. He was like a half hour in. He has like a half hour intro to his dumb show. Well, who else is getting a little worked up for this fucking omnibus hearing? It's going to happen in 1 hour and 5 minutes. Bearded Trucker with $2 says, I'm sorry. Ozone with $4.99 says, genuine question. Do you realize we've seen you box and get dropped? Yeah, my first fight when I had been back for like 3 months. Didn't see the second one, though, where I dropped the motherfucker, did you? Johnny Crutches would be more intimidating. I mean, I get it if you've only seen that one fight. But your boy's okay. I think my next one's going to be, if these other guys who pop off and talk a lot of shit don't answer the call, I think my next fight's going to be September 28th. We've got one in Foley. Our gym has a show in Foley, and I should probably be on that one. I should probably get on that one. All right, guys. Oh my goodness. $10 away from today's goal. That's it. We're $10 away. Let's finish it up. Call it a win for the toe and get our streak up to 22. Mayor Larry Vaughn with $1.99 says win by 2 has accepted the terms. 2 months from today. Okay, get me an official date. Are we doing October 21st? That would be a Monday. Or does he want to do the 19th or 26th? Let me know what if Mayor Larry Vaughn if the mayor of Amity wants to be the go-between for this, that would be plenty of time. That would be plenty of time. I think I might be doing there is a card at the St. Cloud Armory on October 19th. If John wants to just jump on that amateur card, we can do that. Otherwise, I might be on that card, so maybe we do it on the 26th. So I might be fighting on September 28th, October 19th, and then if John wants to do the thing on the 26th, we can do that. So, and I don't think I can skip the 19th event because I might be training some guy. I might be cornering. Oh, I shouldn't say cornering. Oh, God, that's going to be... They're going to clip that because I might be in the corner of some fighters as well. All right. Someone says you just missed a good bit. Someone just confronted Ethan and told him to box you. Oh, no. Rumble, Ethan, Ralph. How do I... Oh, fuck. Somebody post the link. Kill stream. Oh, man. Rumble. Kill stream. Where is he? Where the fuck is this asshole? Oh, did he quit? Did he go? No! Oh, good. He's still alive.
Peace out.
Let's go back a little bit. Okay.
Today, right? Good box, Aaron.
Oh, here we go.
With this. There's the song with this. What's up, man?
Hey, aren't you Ralph, dude?
I'm not Ralph.
I was just watching Steel Toe, man, on the way dropping my son.
Whoever this is, t-shirt, hoodie, whatever the fuck you want, the next order we make on the 1st of September, whatever you want, buddy, it's yours. Get in touch with me. That's fucking great.
Oh, if you go box that dude, man.
My name's not even Ralph, man.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were eating out. Holy crap, man, you smell like booze, bro. You going
Is
to
that
the
right?
clubhouse like that?
He goes, you smell like booze, bro.
I don't smell like booze, though.
Holy smokes, bro.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, you should go boxing, dude.
I should go box Aaron? Okay. I don't know who that is, but thank you.
Steel Toe show?
No, I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Ethan was a little nervous boy on that one. You know what he was? See, now, Ethan, you were worried that guy was going to hit you, right? You were worried that guy was going to hit you. Ethan, if we went into the gym tonight or we went into the gym tomorrow morning, you wouldn't have to worry about that shit, man. You would be ready if that guy was going to try some shit. If that guy came up to me and he was a Ralph fan, he goes, "Are you Aaron Imholt?" I'd go, "Yeah, Steel Toe, how you doing? You should box Ralph." I'd go, "I would love to get in the ring with Ethan. Ralph, I love getting into the ring. I love moving around. I love getting work. You know, I love going a few rounds." But you're terrified that guy was going to like punch you in the face because you have no natural self-defense. Ethan, if he would understand that I'm trying to help him. Oh, that is funny. Whoever you are, thank you so much for that. That was hilarious. And you know what? That's the perfect way to do it. Is he wasn't a dick. He didn't physically accost Ethan. He just came up and he humiliated him. And that's beautiful. That's perfect. Somebody asked if he was Ethan Ralph, and he said no, yeah. Oh, he denied he was Ethan Ralph. He had to close the tab so he could go back to looking at Keanu's hideous butthole. That is not true. Rusty Grammer says it's hilarious that a Steel Toe listener is there right now. I'm sure there's a few. Wilmer and Spicer were a hot spot for Steel Toe listeners. Whenever we would go somewhere with Nick and Kayla, I remember we went to their youngest's, all their kids were in this play that they did. And Nick sat down. He goes, "Oh, I just got a text from some guy who's here. He's asking if I'm sitting next to Steel Toe." I'm like, I told him, I said, Candy Ojai County, Steel Toe country, brother. That's a stronghold. He denied being Ethan Ralph. Say he looked 5'1" and called him a bitch. See if he stays not Ethan Ralph. Yeah, they're saying whoever that is has some nice moves. Of course, the guy who does us a favor is going to get shit on by our audience. Mo Block says he did hit him with the truth. Wild Saffron says, dude should have measured Ralph. We have a height controversy to settle. Oh, yeah, that would have been good. So Ethan Ralph hid like a bitch when he got confronted with the steel toe truth, huh? Like, Ralph, I'm not trying to hurt you, buddy. In fact, I'm not, I would try not to. Like, this would be easy sparring work. You go as hard as you want. Show me what you have. That's what I want to see so we can teach you some things. Let's say, like, Ethan Ralph has a slow jab, and when he jabs, he bow and arrows out his right hand. It comes out because he's getting ready to throw that. We smack you upside the head with a left hook and say, you got to watch out for that punch. Keep the right hand here. Or maybe you're lazy with your jab. You throw a jab out, you bring it down here. We throw a right hand over the top. We say, Ethan, pop, like a pot of hot water. Pop, get that thing out and get it right back. We're trying to teach you, buddy. Trying to help. He doesn't want my help. It hurts my feelings. John, however, on the other hand, from Win by 2, he wants to put his money where his mouth is. That's commendable. McBuster says, Melty, File, Ralph, and Kiki by 2, Johnny all dodging fights. No, I don't. It sounds like Mayor Larry Vaughn is negotiating the terms for the bout. So I you know what? I do believe that John will do it. It's just going to take a little putting together. Who wants to throw in the last $10 and call this another win for the toe? That's all we need. We are 10 away from hammering this thing out, and then everything else will go till tonight. Go to tonight. If you throw us anything else. You guys did a fucking remarkable job with that goal today. It was like 335. It was damn near full. And you guys got that taken care of pretty easily. Thank you very much for that. Is God real? Is the question that was asked on a public school research assignment. And now the school is surprised that they're catching all kinds of shit and controversy from parents. I swear to God, we talked about public sector unions earlier. Public education unions are the fucking worst. The teachers' unions are the worst because they're the ones who keep begging for more money. Not that I'm not, sympathetic to that, of course. And they keep saying it's for the kids, it's for the kids, it's for the kids. It always goes to the union. Like, most of it goes to the union, and hardly any of it goes to, like, the actual classroom. Benefits, retirement, salary, more days off, more vacation days during the school year. Even though like the 3 months you get in the summer isn't enough. And then they go and they do stupid shit like this, and then they get surprised why the people who pay their fucking salaries get mad at them and get frustrated and don't want to vote for their, referendums and horse shit. We've got this story coming up. We'll get to it in a second. A school in Oklahoma, so fucking like damn near Bible Belt, Oklahoma, had an assignment where they asked the kids if God was real. Because that's going to go over well in that part of the country. Before we get to it, King TL with $9.99. Let's call that another win for the toe.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Thank you very much, buddy. That's it. We are officially into tonight, excuse me. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, according to Ralph's last girlfriend, he hasn't been hard in years. Oh, that's fucking mean. That's fucking mean, dude. Death Beholden says, unions are just an offshoot from communism. Communism is just code for Zionism. Oh, shit. We're going to Jewville on that one. Sam Show says they're the ones that don't want religion in their schools to begin with. Right? They're like, we don't want religion in schools unless we can piss and shit all over religion. So they don't want the religion unless it's them shitting on it. Then religion is fine. It's either all okay or none of it's okay. You can't have, well, you guys can't talk about religion, but we can shit on it. That's not how it works. So let's go to this story out of Oklahoma. And again, anything you guys throw in the rest of the day goes towards tonight. So if you want to show those evening fuckers who's boss, go for it. Let's hit play on this one. Why? By the way, why is Ralph going in at 9?
Public schools is coming.
Why is he going in at 9:30? The fucking omnibus hearing isn't for another hour.
Under fire after a parent posted a picture of her daughter's assignment, which garnered a lot of social media attention. Hi, I'm 2 News Oklahoma's Braden Bates. The research paper prompted students to answer questions like, is God real?
Jesus. Like, there's so many times where I see a story about schools where I always have to ask the question, Did you run this by anyone? Because I hope not. Because if you ran this by anyone, that means one retard thought of it and then another retard okayed it, and these retards are in charge of educating children. Hey, I have an assignment here with a bunch of questions. They're yes or no questions. They're not multiple choice. Okay, cool. What's the first one? Is God real? Do you just want to get us sued and like on the news and people protesting and picketing? Like, do you just want days off for an unsafe working environment? Because that's the only way I would think you would think this is reasonable. That you're trying to get out of something. This is fucking clown shoes. No, instead, this teacher thought of this test, probably showed it to somebody, and they went, checks out. This will be fine. I don't see any problems here.
Fear for the kids that go to school here that belong to a different faith.
Olivia Gray made the post, which has been shared a couple hundred times. She called the high school world history assignment an overall disappointment.
So how did the world start? So already, like, you're not just pissing off Christians with this. This is Muslims, Jews, Hindus, anybody you got. Who started it? 3, when did evil start, or did it always exist? Are people inherently good or evil, or neither? Now, this is a test they're going to be graded on, so there's right or wrong answers to this. So this is teachers clearly prodding the kids to answer in a certain way. So this is fucking brainwashing. God, I hate these people. They sit there and go, oh, people are just paranoid, and parents are just conspiracy theorists that think we're out there to brainwash their kids. But then you ask these leading questions that there are right and wrong answers to, and you guide them toward a certain answer. That's brainwashing. All right, let me take it to the trans world. If a 6-year-old boy comes to you and goes, I feel like a girl today, and you start guiding him towards feeling like a girl every day, and then you go, oh no, that kid's just trans and they came to me for help. No, they fucking didn't. They said something that you want to hear, and you push them in a direction you want to go. That's not helping kids. That's fucking brainwashing and recruiting and grooming. I'm tired of this shit where they get away with it, where it's in plain sight. Meanwhile, if you drop, and look, I'm not a Christian or anything like that. I'm pretty religiously flexible. But if you get down on your knees and you pray before a test, you're a fucking asshole and you got to cut that shit out. But if a kid wants to wear a dress one day, then they're going to push him to one day get his cock cut off. Fuck these people. Honestly, fuck public schools. All of them. I'm sure there's saints in public schools. I'm sure there's really good teachers. In fact, I'm sure the majority of teachers do an average to decent job, to good. But your union, like any other union, is going to protect the fucking demons, let them run amok, and ruin all the hard work you do. Because bullshit like this.
Being framed as a research paper, and they're asking for opinions. And why are they asking for opinions unless it's to single people out?
However, she says she wasn't surprised to see this happen, especially after recent controversies.
The Bible will absolutely be discussed. It will be taught in the classroom.
I knew it was coming.
Well, see, okay.
Just because of some of the things that are happening. And I didn't know it would be that in your...
But that's where you fuck it up. Like, that's where religious people can kind of open the door to this shit. I've been saying it for years. Just leave religion out of the school completely. Let that be something between the parents and the pastors and the kids. And if the parents and pastors and kids don't see eye to eye, then let CPS get involved. But the schools shouldn't be involved in religion. First of all, the schools do a horseshit job enough of teaching them how to read, write, and count. We don't need them getting into theology. They've proven they can't handle it.
Her face. I thought it would be a little sneakier.
Sophomore Nettie Gray first brought the assignment to her parents. Not only did she find it confusing, she told us she was afraid to even answer the questions.
Right. Weird, like if I didn't give like the answer he wanted to hear.
You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. Sorry, I just saw the green hair. But that's the whole point. The kids are uncomfortable. They don't feel comfortable answering because they know there's a certain answer that you want, and it might conflict with their own religion. Last question, is God real? My answer would have to be, fuck you.
And like he might give me like a lower grade, which I know is kind of like he can't really do that because of like, I don't know, school stuff.
Nettie says her friends who have different world history teachers didn't get that assignment. Her older sister thinks it was just out of line.
When you get to questions like, is God real? Is Satan real? I don't even know how I would have answered that at that age, let alone try to cite that and find like sources for a paper I was going to be graded on.
Dude, I would be able to show you Satan's real, and I could send you like sources for it. Every Minnesota Vikings Super Bowl and NFC Championship game loss ever is a sign that Satan exists. King Yeti, just right. King Yeti sent me a message. It just says, "You're a fucking retard." Thank you, buddy. I had to get that one read before we move on. Got to clear all the messages off the deck.
I've called and emailed, but have yet to hear back from Skytook High School's communications director.
Probably because you look gay, dude. No offense, but you look gay.
She won't get assignments like this again. I won't let her get assignments like this again.
Oh,
Grace
shit.
says she's also reached out to the school, but hasn't heard back. In Skytook, Braden Bates, 2 News, Oklahoma.
Well, you know, that's kind of part of the problem. Like, good thing that mom's getting involved in all that, and good thing that she kind of takes an interest in her kid's education. But one of the problems we have with education kind of has to be blamed on parents, because parents kind of started using the schools as like a babysitter for their kids, and they really didn't start paying attention to what was going on. So they just started doing more and more weird bullshit. And it was kind of like the parents started watching after it was too late. Number 3, when did evil start? When Hillary Clinton was born, says Wild Saffron. Bench of Zona says, you just hate the morality question, Aaron. Well, you know, anything that usually has to do with morality, I find, you know, a little intrusive, you know, until I continue my evolution. You know, none of your fucking business about morality. Death Beholden says, when did evil start? When the state of Israel was formed. Oh, Jesus Christ. MSO says, the real question is, are these donations real? Is MSO a gold denier? Oh, you better not be a gold denier, MSO. We knocked it out again today before the 5-minute warning. That always makes me feel good. Thank you guys for a fun show today. Wild Saffron says, are those theological questions, not academic inquiries? Right. They have nothing to do with education. So you shouldn't technically be asking them. Death Beholden says, LOL, imagine having a teacher hand your paper back and it says sources circled in red, all angry like. Yeah. For your fucking God paper that you had to write. Sam Show says, you really don't want the state teaching your kids about religion. You don't ever want them having that authority. No, not at all. Landers says, taking religion out of schools was a huge mistake, and society celebrating bleep lifestyles is that proof. Religion should always be touched on and taught, but never pushed on someone. Makes it tough in schools, though. You know, especially with all the different religions we have. What do you teach? Sam Show says, technically all lifestyles are a religion, but don't tell the religious that. Oh shit. Excuse me. Landers says 100% they push communism and atheistic beliefs in schools. Some do. I was a hyperactive kid until 4th grade, says Bigot on socialist media. My mother was sitting with me for hours after school to finish my work. Sam Show says just another means for people to play make-believe in their daily lives, like politics. All right. Well, I think that shit like that is going to get these schools in a fuckload of trouble. Some are saying with $5, says, I'm 6 feet. He was shorter than me, but I think my tits were bigger, though. Oh, was that you? Some are saying. Okay, so some are saying in the YouTube chat, that's the guy who confronted Ralph today. Ralph was fucking scared of Some Are Saying. He was not happy. Some Are Saying went right up to him and said, I was just watching Steel Toe. You're Ethan Ralph. You should box Aaron. Boy, I knew Ethan Ralph was a bullshitter fucking pro wrestling character. But boy, seeing him get confronted in real life shows me what a phony he is. He has that phone, or he's, you know, in a studio or something, and he's just like, I'll fucking do anything. I'll do whatever, blah, blah, blah. Some central Minnesota regular guy comes up to him and goes, hey, are you Ethan Ralph? I don't know who that is. I'm not aware. I don't reckon I know that man. And then he's like, you should box Aaron. I don't know who Aaron is. Aaron from Steel Toe. I don't know any Steel Toe. I'm not sure. Yeah, but you're Ethan Ralph. There's no Ethan Ralph. I don't know. All right, see you later. Ethan was terrified that guy was going to fucking hit him. But again, Ethan, you wouldn't have to be terrified that these people are going to fucking hit you if you go in a ring with me for a couple of days and I teach you a few basic things. And of course, you always, could lose 40, maybe. Might help. If he's 6 feet, then Ralph is about 5'6", says Death Beholden. Dead Game says that was cowardice. Sam Show says it happens every time. Dead Game writes, Ralpha mail my ass. Oh, shit. Somebody says he's one of those internet tough guys. Sam Show, people said he got sucker punched, but I saw him throw the gunt first. Ethan Ralph is lower than the system. At least he wrestled you. Yeah, the system and I got it on in the ring. Buffalo Jockey says you should have confronted him yourself. Scared to make the 30-minute drive to confront him. Pussy, new boot goofing. Yeah, I had a show to do, and I don't want to be anywhere near that courtroom today. That's going to be madness. That's going to be crazy. I will be a devoted Kiwi Farms refresher today, and I will see what they have to say about the whole deal. But as far as going up there, that's going to be nuts. What is the farm saying now? They got anything good? Pretty quiet. Null, Josh from Kiwi Farms, please divert chat for the omnibus hearing to this thread or chat. Okay, so there's an omnibus hearing, like a room for it. Okay, so that's where the Ralph stuff would be. All right, let's go down. There's been no post in an hour on the Ricada thread because they're all in the omnibus thread. Here we go. Here's what, Josh had a bunch of pieces of advice. Oh, this is actually helpful. He put a bunch of, he put a bunch of question and answers in there for people today. Yes, he's calling it omnibussing. I love it. Are we omnibussing? And Josh's answer was on God. Perfect. All right. Regarding in-person visits, Josh from Kiwi Farms, for whatever reputation Kiwi Farms gets, like Josh does do his best to make sure people behave themselves. Avoid confrontation. Ricada is a junkie and will behave unpredictably. Avoid him. There's nothing to be gained from talking to him, his family, or their attorneys. Ethan Ralph, a fat, retarded, convicted felon and revenge pornographer, is currently traveling from Mexico to the Minneapolis airport to attend in person. His goal is to instigate a fight. He is apparently bringing 1 or 2 other people as part of an entourage. Well, that didn't happen. Don't engage anyone, even if they're being obnoxious. Well, Josh, no offense. We had one of our fans went up there and talked right to him, and Ethan fucking cowered like a bitch. How awesome was that? This guy's like, I'm going up there. I'm going to expose Kiwis. I'm going to do this. And some are saying just looked like a Wilmer guy. He just looked like a Central Minnesota guy. One of them with no sleeves comes up to him and goes, hey, you're Ethan Ralph. No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not Ethan Ralph. You should box Aaron. I don't know any Aaron. I'm not sure. I don't really know. Yeah, I'm looking to instigate a fight. I'm going to get these motherfuckers. Are you Ethan Ralph? Get away from me, stalker. Oh, God, that's got to hurt to look like such a bitch on camera. Do not bring weapons or electronics. It's unfortunate that one has to be said. Have low expectations. I do not know how many public benches they have in the courthouse room where Ricada will be. They may deny you entry due to capacity. Now, I know at Sherburne County, they have 3 basically church pews on each side. So there may not be that much room. There may be room for about 50 to 75 people in there. Unless they're in a bigger room. I was in a very small room yesterday. Kayla has filed for a continuance. Oh, no, this says have low expectations. Kayla has filed for a continuance. That means rescheduling. The Ricadas were scheduled to appear together and be tried together. If she gets her continuance, they may reschedule the entire thing for both people. You may turn up to a late notice that the entire thing will be a month from now. Okay? This is a very important hearing, but it is not exciting. It's not a movie. This is a long hearing litigating technicalities. It will take hours. Don't expect Broadway. Fuck. To anyone going to this thing, Jesus Christ, do I salute you. Hours. Because, yeah, they got to pick apart every part of Nick's motion. The lawyers have to argue it before the judge, and then the judge makes his decisions. Be a gray man. People attending for the benefit of the Kiwi Farms should be indistinguishable from other members of the public. Don't dress weird. Groom, bathe. So Josh is telling his followers, go in there, look good. You might stand out in Candiota County, though, if you dress really nice. If everybody there is dressed, you guys are going to look like the Nation of Islam. Sitting there with bow ties. That's what the Kiwi Farms people should have done. They all wear bow ties like the Nation of Islam. Oh, that would have been perfect. Because you would have been dressed nice, but you also would have been coordinated. It should not be possible for belligerent parties to pick you out of the members of Rekieta's extended family, parishioners from his church, and local journalists. Don't develop main character syndrome. If you want attention, you'll get it if the forum, LawTube, true crime channels want to talk about your notes. You don't want attention from the bailiffs. Correct. Court reporting has been a core facet of the Kiwi Farms since before I hosted it. I would like the forum to continue to have a presence reporting on legal issues. Don't fuck this up for me. I love Josh. It's just, he's like, I care about you guys. That's nice. But don't you dare fuck this up for me. I like that. Let's see. Let's go back. Oh, wow. Yep, they are talking about Ethan Ralph running from the steel toe confrontation. Oh. Is this a new experience for Ralph? Imagine being a Gunt fan in 2024. Fucking grim. Ralph cornered and pressed by steel toe fan LMFAO. I don't know who Ethan Ralph is. Now, wait a minute. Marchesa of the Vast writes, imagine walking up to Ralph on stream and introducing yourself as a steel toe watcher. Hey, wait, fuck you, buddy. This is a win. Let me have my win, and my fans have their win. Guys, being a steel toe fan is totally fucking cool. That guy's a cunt. Don't listen to him. Although his fucking profile picture is cool. I don't know who Ethan Ralph is. Quote, Ethan Ralph 2024. They're calling him Bishmade. He sounded so scared. Dude was a foot taller than him. If nothing else happens today, the steel toe fan confronting Ralph and making him deny his own name has already made everything worth it. Please tell me someone's going to clip that so we can watch that forever and ever and ever and ever. Some are saying you're famous on the farms today. They like you today. He rejected the name his daddy gave him, and the surname his daddy gave him couldn't be me. Bish made Bish. Laughing my fucking ass off, ends the stream right after denying his own name. Towboys Rise Up, the Rhode Island District Attorney's Office. I don't know what does Ethan have something going on in Rhode Island? Null shows up in chat and Ralph immediately shuts the stream down. Understandable considering who Ralph is kind of changes depending on what and how much substances he has inside his system at any given time and the cumulative damage they've done. I think he means cumulative damage. Maybe he's getting early onset dementia to go with his decrepit body. Oh, they are shitting on him. Fat gay F word already running scared. Yeah, somebody in the chat says my prediction. 10:30 a.m., Candy Ojai Courthouse, room 201. The lawyers are assembled. Judge calls the case. One of them asks for continuance. Continuance granted. Lawyers return to their clients and leave. It's possible. It's possible. Someone just walked up to Ralph and said he was watching Steel Toe. No way he ran away like a scared little boy when a guy a head taller than him asked if he was Ralph. Oh, did Steel Toe just score a big W over Ethan Ralph? I mean, it feels nice. He's got to meet me at the gym now, right? He's got to redeem himself. Ethan has to redeem himself. LOL, Ralph already foiled like the little pussy bitch he is to some random guy from the Steel Toe crowd and disavowed himself. Josh from Kiwi Farms wrote, the guy doing the note coordination said he didn't know him. It's very likely that's just genuinely a steel toe fan, since Aaron is I'm going to take this as a compliment, Josh, you fuck, a mini local celebrity from his talk show. He honestly didn't know Ralph well enough to know how to respond. I don't know any Ethan Ralph. Well, our guys aren't like Kiwi farmers. They aren't like, they aren't like get after it kind of guys. Our guys just kind of have fun with it. Hey, aren't you Ethan Ralph? You heard it. He was smiling and laughing the whole time. He's like, you should go box Aaron. Why don't you go box him? Come on, go to the gym, meet him there. That's all. Another person writes, Toe Boys win again. Not a single Kiwi gay F word caught on camera. Sad, pathetic. But didn't Ethan say he was going to be able to pick out all the Kiwi farmers? That genuinely appeared to be a random local who listens to Steel Toe and not a Kiwi farmer. Incredible collision of worlds here. Guys, like Noel said, I told you, you guys are in my house. You guys are in my territory. Candy, Ojai County is Steel Toe territory. Like Charlotte is Horseman country. Candy, Ojai County is Steel Toe country. I love that these guys are like, holy shit, like a fucking Steel Toe fan. Yeah, they are legion in this area. We are condensed. We are small but condensed. Thousands of us in this area, and then maybe a couple thousand scattered across the rest of the country. Instant replay of the first encounter out. Oh, good. You guys want to watch this again?
There's a song like this. What's up, man?
Hey, aren't you Ralph, dude?
I'm not Ralph.
I was just watching Steel Toe, man, on the way dropping my son off. You should go box that dude, man.
My name's not even Ralph, man.
Oh, it's not?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought you were Ethan Ralph. Hey, cat, man, you smell like booze, bro. You
Is that right?
You smell, that's my favorite one. You smell like booze, dude.
I don't smell like booze, though.
Holy smokes, bro.
Is that what you think?
Yeah, you should go box him, dude.
I should go box Aaron? Okay. I don't know who that is, but thank you.
I love that he's scratching his itchy titties. Either that or he's got a little acid reflux from breakfast.
No, I don't know who that is.
I love that guy. Just a yokel. Just a yokel from the area coming in, sweating Ethan a little bit. That wasn't Ethan, by the way. It's not him. Notice that our guy didn't buy that shit for a second. The Kiwi Farms writing, it is not one of us, promise. The battle for Rekida's hearing is on. Oh, and they got a picture of Ralph down in the distance. What is this? This is the battle for Rekida's. Okay. The battle for Rekida's hearing. Very good. Did Ralph even shower and change his clothes between now and the airport? Probably not. They keep saying he abandoned the name his daddy gave him. Oh. Seems like you showed up and he immediately pussed out and ended the stream. Kiwi Farms 1, Ralph 0 to start the day. Hey, Josh, and the Farms. Could we share this win at least? I feel like it was Josh showing up at the chat, but it was also the Steel Toe guy showing up. This was Steel Toe and the Farms sharing the victory over Ralph. It was a 2-on-1 effort. Oh, they're calling Ralph bitch made. Oh, boy. Guy has a Minnesota accent, so it's definitely a local at the very least. Yeah. Of course. He literally said, quote, my name's not Ethan Ralph. Oh, man. He's not Ralph, but somehow knew this guy was referring to someone with the first name Ethan and not the much more logical conclusion that Ralph would be the first name. Absolute mental retardation by Piggy. I didn't even pick up on that part. That is true. He said, he just said, aren't you Ralph, dude? He said, I'm not Ralph. And then, Ethan said, I'm not Ethan Ralph. That guy never said you were Ethan Ralph. You bitch-made motherfucker. To be fair to Ralph, he likely has PTSD from getting his ass kicked over and over all over the globe. That's what I said. It's the fact that he's gotten the shit kicked out of him so much he's scared. That's why I want him to go to the gym with me so I can teach him how to at least basically fucking defend himself. So he doesn't get scared. If I could show Ethan how to throw a few punches and he could get 3-4 rounds of sparring in, that's it, nothing too crazy, then he wouldn't have to deny his own fucking name in public. To be fair to Ralph, probably didn't want to put a new pin in his ass-kicking map for Wilmer, Minnesota by admitting his identity to a stranger. Our people are not going to hit you. Our people are going to be cool. Oh, boy. If that's what he's worried about, he should have thought about it before streaming himself outside the courthouse, blaring knock music and threatening to record people attending the hearing. Oh. I think, are they? Yeah, they're still writing about it. Okay. He's probably waddling away as fast as he can from what happened. Saying he's going to put on a blue wig and call himself Ramona Ralph. Oh, boy. Now, another person writes, this is Clown World. I fully expect Nick to get the warrant tossed, all charges dropped, and be given leeway for a successful lawsuit against the county. But who knows? Maybe Nick's floating dead in his hot tub after a night of booze and Baldo. Or maybe he'll be dead tomorrow when he argues himself into getting the chair. I think today, the most likely outcome is a continuance or the motion gets shot down. Totally shot down. One of the two. So far, this event is living up to expectations. I mean, in fairness, the steel toe guy, like some are saying, is the guy who's made this a thing so far. Ralph's probably wearing lifts. They're trying to figure out his height. This guy was saying that Josh was a pussy for not coming and was challenging Aaron to a boxing fight, but as soon as a random guy confronts him, he cowers like a little bitch, denying the name his daddy gave him. Someone writes, I hope Summer Sang is enjoying the attention he's getting today. He's the king of the farms right now. This is awesome. Ralph got punked by some absolute random. Oh, I'm just looking. Excuse me, he's a towering 413. All right, the funniest part of the clip to me is just how nice the steel toe fan was. Oh, here you go. He just walked up being like, oh my God, hey, Ralph, what's up, man? Literally, Ralph could have easily turned this into a win, saying, look at us normal people here to observe the legal process, unlike that gay F-word Josh. Would have been so easy. The guy clearly liked Ralph too, so doing that was just a total shot in the foot. Kind of feel bad for that steel toe fan, but he's also the ultimate wiener of the day, so I guess I shouldn't. No, don't feel bad for our fan. He wasn't going up there because he likes Ralph. He was going up there to fuck with Ralph on our behalf. That's fucking great. I hope Ralph appreciates that for the rest of his life. He's going to get spammed with clips of him being too much of a bitch to admit who he is. What a fucking gay F-word. I'm so happy that a steel toe fan has now made it into Gunt lore. Like just some guy dropping his kid off in Wilmer goes, oh, I'm going to go say hi to Ethan Ralph and tell him to box Aaron. He's about 5'2", doesn't seem like a threat. Is Ethan going to get back to me on meet me at the gym tomorrow morning or tonight? Probably not. Oh. Piggy is rattled, they're saying on the farms. First-hand witness on recorded video of the Gunt expressed Ralph smells like booze. I forget about that part too. He's like, you smell like booze, man. Just outs him for being a drunk. Oh. In comes the Gunt. Oh. What is this? The walk of the baby elephant or whatever? Oh, that's Ethan's entrance music. He told him he smelled like booze and asked if he was really going to the courthouse smelling like that. I wouldn't say he liked Ralph, but he approached him in a friendly way, like you would a scared child. No, that's Minnesota nice, bro. That's what we do here in the Midwest. We're nice like that, even if we're shitting on you. Yeah, they keep quoting Ethan. I don't know who Ethan Ralph is. Ethan Ralph. The guy recognized him and only called him Ralph. Ralph then said, my name's not Ethan Ralph. Bravo. LOL, I wouldn't say this. Dude said Ralph stank like booze. He was fucking with him a bit. Yeah, no, he didn't like Ralph at all. I don't think he hates him or anything like this. I'm just looking for more comments on our guy. I just love that one of our guys is like the most talked about thing on this right now. I bet Ralph was afraid that Steel Toe Fan was a process server. I wonder what he's dodging still. Oh, he could have thought that maybe he was there to hand him some court documents. Ralph is such a bitch that hey, what the fuck, agent of misinformation? Ralph is such a bitch that a low bottom feeder Steel Toe Fan confrontation sent his ass into the courthouse. Take it easy on that low bottom feeder shit. Oh. Just looking here. Kiwi Farm. Okay, that's not, I just want to see what they're saying about our guy. It's totally valid OPSEC tactic to be a fan of the Steel Toe Show if asked. No shame there. I mean, kind of thank you, but you're also saying as long as it's in service of an op. When your moral support... Oh, that's not a Steel Toe one. Wait a minute. I just realized I was just listening to Steel Toe dropping off my son. Ralph couldn't handle being in the presence of an actual parent. It also seems like the other guy has a family and a child whose life he's actively a part of. So really the felting of Ralph is just so multi-level by this random Steel Toe fan. It's unreal. I love that our guy created all this shit. All I know is this has already been a big win for the toe. Ralph is bitch made. Oh, Ethan. Someone writing in the farms, I bet Aaron doesn't read this. Fuck. Oh, he denied his father 3 times before the cut crows in the courthouse. Oh. $5 Ralph didn't get through security. Fucking hell, dude. This is great. Today we finally confirmed that Ralph is 5'1". You could hear it in his voice. He was scared little piggy. Oh. Not to mention the massive W he just gave Ashton and Andy. They'll never let him live it down. Let me enjoy mine first, and then we'll let Ashton and Andy have it. I didn't think of this, but does Rekieta know that Ralph is going to his hearing? If I were Rekieta, I would have told Ralph to stay the fuck home. I wouldn't want him there. Are you kidding? This is... I think that's it. No, the Phoenix writes, Steel Toe fans have larger breasts than Steel Toe and Rekieta whores. Confirmed. Oh, that is an insult to everyone involved. That's just one of those scorched earth deals, I suppose. All right, I think we're just about caught up here. But they are really enjoying the Ralph stuff. To be honest, this Minnesota Mung is exactly what I would expect a Steel Toe fan to look like. What does that mean? He was a handsome guy. He had like an Alexander Usyk gap in his teeth. Ralph could have had some rapport with this friendly guy, interviewed him, got his thoughts on the case, talked some shit about boxing Aaron, but it was not to be. It's too bad. Too bad. All right, I think that is it. Certainly this man was with him, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Oh, no, they're right. Oh, there we go. You're still a SpaghettiOs chef cuck faggot, Aaron. Thank you, Rigamaroo. Appreciate that. I'm surprised that didn't come out a little earlier. I really felt like I skated for a while there. Oh, thank you, guys. Now that was entertaining. Adam gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Jaja says, would you fight Cog since Ralph is scared? And by Cog, I mean Dan. Dan is a good guy. He never did anything gross to a child. Thank you, Jaja. That's very nice of you to throw so much money at us today. We are appreciative. All right, I'll scroll up in the Rumble chat here. If you watch the fan's eyes in slow motion, you can see he is following Ralph's eyes down to his junk. Ralph wanted to blow our friend with moobs. The mystery is revealed, folks. How would you get into the courthouse smelling even slightly of alcohol? I don't know what the rule is on that. Mo Block says they could deny him entry if he's lit. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. T-Beck says, we're passive-aggressively nice, not nice. Well, okay, we're polite. Yeah, Dead Game says, neutral confrontation, just a hi, how you doing reaction. That was it. Oh. Chevy fan, that's not very nice. Steel Toe fans don't have to. Steel Toe fans' children are the most educated kids there are. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, should have gone up to him and said, Steel Toe's watching. Right? We should be like Red Bar a little bit. I'll ask John how to imitate Red Bar. He'll help me out. Bigot on Socialist Media says, another win for the Toe. That would be funny if they didn't let Ralph in because he really does smell like booze. Buffalo Jockey says, Aaron is the epitome of Minnesota nice. He's so nice, he shares his double-digit IQ wife with a junkie, and all he asked in return was to fuck the farm animal. God damn it. She's beautiful. Stop it. Sam Show says, I can't wait to hear the lamentations of PPP having to admit that Steel Toe did a thing. It's always funny. I didn't even do a thing. Our boy just took it upon himself. It was great. Chevy fan says, it is confirmed he was a Steel Toe fan. I didn't hear him shouting the N-word. Lander says, yeah, I hate to say it, Aaron. Sam is right. You are slipping in the tit game, bro. Thanks. Coltrane says, imagine flying from Mexico to be shut down by a small-town dude that asked him to fight Aaron. Citizen M says, you missed some new comments on the August 21st. That's because it was about you, Citizen M. Dive Bar says, I showed up to court in Colorado one time hungover and smelling like whiskey. They let me right in. Yeah, I think they'll let you in. I don't think that's like a thing that you can't be a little hammered. Like, I'm sure there's alcoholics who go to court all the time. They tend to get in a wee bit of trouble. So I think they'll probably let you in if you're drunk. Jaja with another $1.99 says, so how much for a smash or pass segment with Cog's wife? Is she a public if she's not a public figure, I'm not interested. Ooh, TV's Will Heron already clipped out me wanting to meet Ethan Ralph at the old boxing club. This person writes, King Yeti says, I think you sometimes intentionally misunderstand sarcasm. Oh, when you called me a gay F word, that was sarcasm? Thank you. I appreciate that. Sam Show says, hey, by the way, Citizen M, thank you for admitting that was you who wrote that. Sam Show says, just as long as you can walk straight enough and don't talk to anybody, they'll let you in. Yeah, I don't think they're, they got better shit to do than just, check people to see if they're drinking. They're busy. Over 1,000 of you still hanging out with us this morning. Thank you very much. We've only got 15 minutes left. I don't really know if it's worth starting anything new. It's fucking omnibusy day. Somebody sent me a link of going on to somebody's pregame show they had for the omnibus hearing. Maybe I should check that out a little bit. Oh, no, it's just the Rumble link. But they said I should go on that show. I would go on a show for 5 or 10 minutes. Dive Bar says, no, I think it was a SpaghettiOs part of that was sarcasm. The chef part? Oh, I thought he was just shitting on me. I thought he was just having fun. I thought it was because I was reading Kiwi Farms. He wanted to get a comment in there that he knew I would read. That's all. Did I miss something? I thought we were just having a gay old time fucking with one another. Where did that... there we go. That's what I wanted. Was the omnibus there. Oh, there is a new page. Okay. Ralph Mail don't scare. Oh, Ethan. Oh, this was yesterday's tweet. I thought Ethan tweeted about the incident. I love how Null has to beg the Kiwi farmers to take a bath and look normal to get into the Rekieta omnibus hearing tomorrow. Kind of pathetic, isn't it? And then this is what Ethan looked like today. Literally, he looks like a shitty shade tree mechanic. He's like, well, I can fix her, but I ain't going to have the parts in for about 2 weeks. They're coming in from Memphis. This is a late model vehicle. But I'll tell you what. I think in 2 weeks you come by, we can get her fixed her up. I can give you a nice little deal on it. This fucking pig man. Oh. Ralph, oh, wherefore art thou, Ralph? Deny thy farmers and refuse thy name. Divinity is doing an omnibus stream. She isn't on site. That's the one that somebody wanted me to go on. They said you should go on with Divinity tomorrow. I think it was Nova who was sending me that, but I didn't get any kind of invitation to it, so I don't know. This is Divinity. 60 people watching? Does she broadcast anywhere else? I don't want to be that guy.
The legalities of saying you're under arrest, you have the right to remain silent. She said, I want to speak to my lawyer. And then the cop's like talking to her.
I love to see that.
Coffee?
Look, I love to see this in their chat as soon as I tune in. Agorolith, Kayla is fixed. Aaron is snipped. Thanks a lot. We both appreciate that very, very much. By the way, she's not. It's nobody's business. But there is an error in that statement. There is an error in that statement. There was I think I've told the weird story about the having a kid thing. We don't need to go back over that ground. That was weird, but also it was like back then how I was. It was like a weird honor. I was like, she would. That's fucking crazy. Like, April and Nick were really mad that she said that to Nick, and I was kind of like, fucking really? Like, I was like, holy shit. Guys, look, it was a fucking weird time, all right? I wasn't myself. It's just goofy shit happens. $4.99 from Jaja. Jaja's getting involved today. She talks on stream, posts in chat and Discord. She's also fat and can't have kids. $50 if you do it. Dance clown. If she's a public figure and there are photos of her being a public figure and you send them in the chat, $50, I will do a smasher pass for Cog's wife. I'll do a quick. It's only going to be like a 10-second segment. Like, I'm going to look at the picture and I'm going to go smasher pass. If you send me a public photo of this person, I'll check it out. Bro, simulcast, says Nana's Clams. Divinity is or was a big Rekieta wine mom. Oh, so she's a big fucking Rekieta fan. That could be really interesting then. Okay. No, Buffalo Jockey, incorrect. Lander says, M knows Aaron is content gold. Gold in them there jugs, I tell you. Gold. Thanks, Landers. Appreciate it. I will tell you this, Jaja. We only have 9 minutes left, so if you want to do it tonight, that's fine. Doing it today, there may not be enough time. Pretty sure Divinity hates Nikki Rackets. Okay. I got about 9 minutes. If someone wants to get me the link info, they've been sending me the link to her stream for like yesterday and today. Here we go. Buffalo Jockey with $1. Candy, Ojai County is one of the biggest shithole junkie counties in Minnesota. Weird you're so proud to call that steel toe territory. Bro, when you're me, you're happy to call anything steel toe territory. Yeah, throw that Divinity link back in the chat because I'm a retard. King of All Yeti says, pretty sure she hates you more. Oh, then Nova was trying to set me up. That son of a bitch. That two-timing bastard him. By the way, you guys are about $20 into tonight. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate your contributions. Jaja says, we'll negotiate on Twitter. Oy vey. Okay. You send me a DM or get me to follow you or whatever you need to do. It'll be fine. Do you want me to ride a horse up and Joey Zaza Nick's ass, says Fauci's Pangolin. No, I don't want you to Joey Zaza anybody's ass. Absolutely not. Oh. Dead Game says home is where the heroin is. Divinity said changed her name to Court Clips for unknown reasons. Oh, okay. That's a lie. I have no idea who she is, but I'm sure she loves you. Click the link. To be fair, she likes that Karlin Borisenko bitch, so do what you want with that. I don't know who that is. Aaron, did Nick enjoy cream pies or no? Asking for a friend. I'm really what I'm doing is killing 7 minutes because I'm like, it's too late to play a clip or start another thing. We got 6 or 7 minutes left in today's show. Thank you guys for sticking around with us the whole time. I do appreciate it. It's very nice. I mean, it's just, I think we have to say that Summer, our listener Summer Sang, he's the star of today's show, 100%. There's nobody who did a better job than him. I mean, that going up to Ethan Ralph thing, getting Steel Toe some play all over the place. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you. And that omnibus hearing, they are omnibussing in about 7 minutes. All right, final predictions. What do you guys think is going to happen? Write it in the chat. I think it's going to get continued. Aaron is still streaming about the omnibus. I don't think he will cover the full event. Well, no, I'm not going to cover the full event just because I mean, I got to get my kids. I got a whole day. I'll check the farms from time to time, see what's going on, but we won't really know anything until after it's over, and it could take a couple of hours. Could take a couple of minutes. We don't know. Late as fuck, but how hilarious is it that Ralph thinks a baseball jersey is proper court attire? His mind must have thought, button-up shirt, nice, me wear. Oh, yeah, this is...
Is that right?
Okay, somebody clipped out our boy just telling Ralph that he smells like booze.
Is that right? I don't smell like booze, though. Holy smokes,
You smell like booze, dude. Oh, somebody pass that fifth, the camp this way. Ralph turns it up, down, up, down. Odds are that Nick the bitch skips the front entrance and enters the court by a side or back door. We know how much he loves a good rear entrance. Oh, it's a butt fucking joke. Not sure how much there is to cover. No sightings of the Crims turning up at court. The reporting thus far is from Ethan and the Steel Toe legend. Yeah, I think that's Summer Sang's new name. Summer Sang, if you could change your name on YouTube and Rumble to Steel Toe Legend, I think you've earned that name. For sure. Oh, boy. Then somebody making fun of me on Kiwi Farms. That's not nice. We don't make fun. $2 from 383 Novocaine says, Aaron, the moral of the story is it's not P-signer. P-signer? P-signer? P whatever. Dr. Rondo says it will be continued, but the motion will be denied. I agree with that. The motion will be denied ultimately, but I don't think it will be today. Continue. Yeah, Snowcat Tish says it will be continued. T-Beck says probably continued. The court system is never time efficient. Then answer the cream pie charges, says Nana's Clams. There were no cream pies. I didn't give Nick any cream pies anyway. No cream pies for Nick. I answer that question in all honesty. There you go. He's going to plead insanity. Pussy insanity bitches be crazy. Lander says Nick's going to drop the bomb today and tell the court that Aaron molested him and forced the cult behavior on Nick and his lovely ladies. Oh, shit. King of All Yeti says he should change his name to Some Are Saying I Pressed Ethan Route. Sorry for being hyper autistic with the Ricada war shit, says Citizen M. I will work behind the scenes. Like when you had me slipping crushed razor blades into Heather Lee's dog's food. That's not Citizen M. That is so not. That's not what happened. You did that on your own. I just did this. Sam Show says, Kiwi Farms doesn't know if Nick was there. Didn't someone already say he showed up, or was that Ralph? I think that was Ralph. Somebody, too. How many times did you wake up with your arm around Nick and not Kayla? Never. Never. Talk to text, motherfucker. I obviously met Ethan Ralph. Why would you read shit literally like that? You're fucking retarded. I can't win. King of All Yetis, I can't win. I pressed Ethan Ralph. Okay, you're right. I apologize. King of All Yetis. I am really sorry that I fucked that up that badly. And I got yelled at so hard. $20 from Some Are Saying. There's our boy, Some Are Saying. He's the man today. He says, thanks for the laughs the last 7+ years. Show always helps me get through the workday. Hey, man, you helped a lot of people get through their workday today. And as far as Kiwi Farms goes, you made their fucking day. You made their month. You might have made their year. Some are saying, I'm going to tell you right now, you are going to be on so many shows today and this weekend. You're going to be on Kino Casino. You're going to you might be on Sean's show. We're going to play this 5,000 times. Somebody says, Some Are Saying a VIP. Yeah, that's fair. Some Are Saying, get in touch with me. Send me your stuff. September 1st, I'll make an order. We'll get it sent to you. Prediction, Nick pins this all on the girls. They go to jail. Aaron and Nick ride off into a very gay sunset under a rainbow, Moblock ads. Lander says, oh, Nick and Aaron forever. That would be low-key cute. So you were the little spoon between you and Nick. No, no. Is Kayla still with Nick? Where's April? With the second house for sale? Don't you wonder what's up? No more than you guys do. It's just kind of fun gossip for me. I think they're all three going to... I think the most likely scenario is all three are going to live in that house. Second most likely scenario, Kayla and Nick split up. April moves in. Third most likely scenario, April fucking hightails it back to Litchfield and rebuilds her life. That's what I've got. That's what I've got for you. Bigot on Socialist Media says, you smell like booze should be a sound drop. It really fucking should. It really should. Some Are Saying, thank you for making today's show. We appreciate it. I hope people share it everywhere. Talk to you guys tonight at 7 p.m. for the final evening show of the week. I'm going to head out and try not to eat garbage food. Talk to you later. Have a great rest of your morning.